Good morning, chat. Good morning. We are currently gapped up around 60 points. Yesterday's close was at 22,884. Currently sitting at 22,947. Nvidia closed yesterday down 0.7%. Tesla closed yesterday down 6.8%. Google closed 1.5% down. Amazon basically flat. Microsoft down 0.2%. Meta down 0.1% on the day. Apple closed 1.7% down. Netflix closed 0.6% down. MicroStrategy closed 2% down. Palantir closed 3.5% up on the day. GME closed down 4.1%. Costco closed 0.63% down. Alibaba closed 2.25% down. AveGo closed 0.36% down. AMD closed 2.3% down. And Voyager Technologies, the new IPO on the Nasdaq, closed down 8%. Currently, the ES is above the VWAP, tapping the 100 MA, getting above it, getting above the 200 SMA as well. The Williams R120 day on the ES 1 minute is at neutral territory. RSI is tapping the MA inside of it, neutral territory. The Williams R120 day on the NQ 30 minute is at neutral territory. And the RSI is as well, but the RSI is below the MA inside of it. Gotta be careful. We are gapped up 60 points. Definitely gotta watch out for that. NQ 30 minute is above the VWAP, to be fair. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Rollins, USDA will curb farmland purchases by foreign adversaries, including China. It's about time. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, we received messages from the Americans in recent days indicating their desire to return to negotiations. News on the docket, 11 a.m. Trump cabinet meeting, very important. Also at 11 a.m. EST today, New York Fed inflation expectations. 11:30 a.m. US 52-week bill. And then at 12 p.m. EIA steel report tentative, so it can move up and down the schedule as needed. 1 p.m. US 3-year note. And at 3 p.m. US consumer credit. I'm expecting a lot of news out of Trump today. He yesterday released 12 deals he did with countries. He just sent 12 countries letters. And the remaining countries were Bosnia, Thailand, the Kingdom of Cambodia, Serbia, People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Republic of Indonesia, Tunisia. I don't even know, didn't even know that was a country. But he basically just sent them all letters. So Tunisia now has to pay, starting on August 1st, 2025, we will charge Tunisia a tariff of only 25% on any and all Tunisian products sent into the United States, separate from all sectorial tariffs. Goods transshipped to evade a higher tariff will be subject to a higher tariff. So he's basically sent all these countries letters, 12 in total yesterday. I don't know if we'll be doing the same today. We'll just have to find out. Market begins in 2 minutes. What's up, Adrius? What's up, Peter? Good morning. What's up, Happy? Good morning, guys. What's up, trades? Bitcoin starting 0.55% up on the day. ETH starting 1.44% up. Sol starting 2.2% up. NQ is currently 0.2% up. ES is 0.08% up. Okay. Market starts in 1 minute. Good morning. I have more risk on today. So before this market starts, make sure you guys smash that like button, follow, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell after you subscribe. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST trading the market. Smash that like button. We are the most transparent trader on YouTube by far. You guys see wins, losses, accounts blown, real time. We're about to get started in 1 minute. 1 minute until markets open. ES is going to start above the VWAP. It is tanking down a little bit. No real news until 11 a.m. when Trump holds that cabinet meeting. New York Fed expectations on inflation. What's up, Barn? What's up, BPAC? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's the weather in Australia? 3 seconds, 2, 1, and market is open. Wicking down currently. Very nice wick. Buying 1, up 50, up 100, up 140, scalping 200. Very good start. We are risk on today. Love that wick. NQ 30-minute wick down to the VWAP. ES wicked a little below the VWAP. ES gap fill. ES is very close to filling the gap early. The NQ has a ways to go. NQ has 50 points down. The NQ 30-minute 2-hour SMA is at 22,891. Mark that out. Pre-market high is at 22,973. Tapping the 20 May, trying to get above that pivot point, 22,938. We're going to start hot today. We are not waiting for the 15-minute opening range. ES trying to get below the VWAP. Nvidia is starting 0.85% up. Tesla starting 1.8% up. Google starting 0.3% up. Amazon starting a little negative, down 0.2%. Trying to get green. Microsoft starting a bit green. Microsoft, Apple, Netflix flipping red. Very nice wick down. ES close to filling that gap. Pivot point to the downside, 22,909. Australia is cold. All right, Barn. I believe so, trades. We are only 30 subscribers away from hitting 5,000 in the matter of 41 streams. 41 streams hitting 5K, insane. Appreciate the follow, IF, Shire, Alex. Appreciate you guys. Probably butcher your guys' names. The ES has filled the gap. Nvidia is coming up. Nvidia's up 0.75%. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Netflix, Palantir turning negative. Costco's negative. ES flipping negative. Getting a nice bounce. No real news until 11 a.m. At 11 a.m. today, again, Trump cabinet meeting, New York Fed inflation expectations. Yes, trying to come lower. Alright, looks like the NQ wants to fill that gap early. Gap is at 22,884. 22,884. Just below the 200 SMA. And it's wicking down. Gunning for it. NQ's about to tap the 200 SMA. Below the pivot point, 22,909. What's up, Sidri? What's up, Legend? Good morning, good morning. Barn said 6,270 big put, all for ES for Friday. Wall, big wall. NQ's getting a nice bounce. Tesla's up 2%, Google's up 0.3%, Nvidia's up 0.5%, Amazon's trying to flip green. The VIX volatility index is down 3.6% to start. What's up, Norman? Good morning, good morning, good morning. ATR is only at 10. Feels a lot more volatile than that, to be fair. ES is trying to bounce. I really think it wants to fill this gap early, then probably pump. We'll have to see. My opinion on crypto, not for trading, for holding. I mean, I hold a little bit of crypto, but not a lot currently. I pretty much cashed out of, I was a very early adopter of Pepe, and I cashed that out 2 years ago. I hold a little bit of ETH, a little bit of Bitcoin, but nothing of significance. But I do believe in all of it long term, but very nice bounce. I don't believe it, but it's a very nice bounce. Google flipped red for a second, back to green. Yeah, it's trying to tap the VWAP. Trying to reclaim that pivot point, 22,909. Pivot point to the downside at 22,885. Just above that, purple line is the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Trying to pop. Yes, looks like it's going to bounce to the VWAP. Pivot point to the upside at 22,938. What's up, Day? No problem, no problem, Sadri. How do you get your pivot points? I just look for common touch points across multiple time frames, mainly the NQ 30-minute. But today I got most of these pivot points from this 2-minute chart. I just zoomed out because this is uncharted territory. Stock market all-time high. It's kind of a new grouping, so you can't really go back too far. It's only a couple days. NQ about to wick down, tap the 200 SMA. Just below that is the gap fill. Gap fill at 22,884. Tapping the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. I don't want to buy this until the gap is filled. 10 points. About to tap that pivot point. Appreciate you, legend. Gonna bounce all that 200 SMA. I don't want it until this gap's filled. What's up, Stu? Good morning, good morning. Trade says Chris is not a financial advisor. Any information shared is for educational purposes only. It should not be considered as financial advice. Always do your own research. Appreciate you, trades. Appreciate you. Bounce all the 200 SMA, going to the pivot point up top, 22,909. And video's coming down a bit. Very nice wick up. Yeah, starting to get above the VWAP. Very nice wick up. And in with one short. I think it's going to go to that 20 May. Just going to position with one. Up 20, up 50, up 70, up 100. Scalping hard 40. Just playing the extremes. Just scalping around until it hits my target. I wanted to fill this gap. It would have been really nice if it just wicked down when it tapped the 200 SMA. Just wick down, fill the gap. Would have liked it a lot more then. May think about joining this short. ES getting above the VWAP. ES has filled its gap for the day, and Q has not. Q was 10 points away from filling the gap at 22,884. That was yesterday's close. The Dow is down 0.1%. We're getting a bounce. ES about to tap the 100 MA, 200 SMA above the VWAP. And Q looks like it wants to prop up to the 20 MA. If you guys have not already, make sure you smash that like button. We're only a couple subscribers away from hitting 5K. 41 streams in and 5K subscribers. Insane. Growth is exponential, and I appreciate all of you. Appreciate the support. Hopefully you guys are gaining value, learning what to do, what not to do. And most importantly, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Stay patient, don't FOMO. And remember, none of this is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Entertainment, educational purposes only. Do your own research, hold your own conviction. Do not just follow people. Only 8 likes. Likes are looking weak. Yes, rejecting off the 100 MA. Let's see if we get a wick up. Pretty bearish wicks to start. Tesla's coming down. Yes, looks like it wants to come up. Kind of bullish today, even though the market's looking more bearish. I think NQ wants to fill this gap. ATR is now at 13. 10 a.m. ECB's Nigel speaking. That's in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, ECB Nigel is speaking. Yes, getting above the 100 MA, tapping the 200 SMA. NQ30 MA about to tap the VWAP. And the 20 MA on the NQ2 MA chart. Also the NQ 5 minute 20 MA as well. More than 2, less than 5, Stu. More than 2, less than 5. I would love if the NQ wicks down with some conviction. 30 point, 20 point wick down, fill the gap, and then rise back up. All while the ES stays above the VWAP. What's up, Malad? Good morning, good morning. For you, it's evening, yeah. It's trying to reject that pivot point, 22,909. It's coming back down to the 200 SMA at least. We'll see. It may wick a little lower. That gap fill, remember, 22,884. Does not have to fill it. May not fill it. Dow flipping green. ES wants to go, trying to get above the 200 SMA. Little divergence from the ES and NQ. NQ is trying to come down, ES trying to go up. NQ is wicking up to that 20 May. Remember, pivot point up top at 22,938. BJ says 22,930. Looking probable. Nvidia's coming up, Tesla's coming up. NQ about to wick up to the 20 May, above that pivot point, 22,909. What's up, Ahmad? Alright, this could be the wick down. Fill that gap. Remember, ES has already filled the gap. NQ has not. And pre-market low for the NQ is at 22,808. So that's 100 points down. ES tapping the 200 SMA again. The US and Japan agreed to continue vigorous talks on tariffs. Japan continues to seek a mutually beneficial agreement with the US. Remember, 10 minutes ECB's Nagel is speaking. Then at 11 a.m. Trump cabinet meeting, New York Fed inflation expectations. 11:30 US 52-week bill, and then EIA steel report. That's tentative, meaning it can move up and down the schedule as needed. Looking for a Trump tweet. Nothing yet. Yeah, it's starting to look more and more weak, but it is above the VWAP. It's wicking down below the 200 SMA, tapping the 100 SMA now, trying to lose it. NQ 5-minute looking weak. Dow flipping red. We're about to wick down. I think we're about to fill the NQ gap. ES tapping the VWAP. NQ tapping the 200 SMA again. Gap is at 22,884. Needs to go lower. ES had a nice bounce. Very nice bounce off the ES. Bounced right off the VWAP, reclaimed the 100 MA. Starting to reject it a little bit. We're below that pivot point, 20,909. And right above it. Low manipulation down, send it up. I wonder if it's double manipulation. Manipulate down, manipulate up, send it down. Tapping the 20 May. What's up, Bonnie? Good morning, good morning. Microsoft Meta flipping green. MicroStrategy up 0.6%. GME up 0.7%. Yes, getting above the 100 MA again, getting above the 200 SMA. This could be a lower high for the ES. NQ's trying to get above the 20 MA. About to tap the NQ 5-minute 20 MA. It is, VJ. Are you trading this? Is that your profit target, or are you just simulated trading, demo trading in your mind? There's a lot of coil here. A lot of coil, a lot of consolidation underneath those. ES would have to fall below the 100 MA, VWAP. A lot of things to get through. We'll see. Somewhat gotten. I used to use Bookmap a lot. But as soon as I started streaming, I just stopped using it for some reason. But obviously, I adapt to the volatility, and that is volume. Tesla's up 1.5%. Microsoft flipping red again. ES created a lower high. Trying to bounce though. Getting above the 20 May. Four minutes until ECB's Nigel is speaking. What do you mean happy? What do you mean? You get too long down? What do you mean? If you wanted to, the price to go down and you make money, you need a short. That is all on you. If you long, aka buy, you want it to go up. If you sell, aka short, you want it to go down. Stu, only a couple weeks. Remember, I had around 5 years, half a decade of experience, but I still spent a week or two demo trading because I never traded the Nasdaq before. And I heard there was a lot of manipulation, just wanted to lock it in, make sure that it wasn't a Forex situation again. Very nice wick down. See if we actually fill the gap with NQ. All this hesitation makes me want to switch to a bearish bias. Like it's gonna wick way below that gap. What's up, NFT? ATR sitting at 15. What's up, account? About to tap the 200 SMA. ES trying to get below the VWAP. Get a little bounce. Gap is at 22,884. Remember that. That is yesterday's close. ES has already filled the gap. I believe NQ wants to do the same. Very nice wick down. I'll send one. That's a gap fill. Looking for this to come up to the 200 SMA. May continue to wick down pretty fast. Maybe some news attached to it. But that fast wick up 40, up 50. That fast wick down, I want to be a part of it. Down 60, down 100. In with one more. Very volatile right now. Very risky to be in this. Up 40. 2 contracts long. Up 40, up 80. Up 100. Up 150. Taking 200. Market orders, so not exactly, we made 168 out of that. You define what that was. Tariff war results in volatility in trade flows and exchange rates. Fitch rating. The trade war has resulted in volatility in global trade flows and foreign exchange rates in recent months, as highlighted in latest Fitch 20 Economic Monitor. Fitch rating says U.S. imports surged in Q1 2025 as companies rush to beat the imposition of tariffs. The corollary of this was strong export growth elsewhere, including in Europe. Growth in the U.S. import volumes of goods surged to 30% year over year in March, with imports from Europe rising rapidly. The U.S. trade deficit widened to an all-time high in March. With imports surging, the export steady in Q1. Import growth then slowed to 2.1 year over year in April. The U.S. dollar has also experienced a sharp and broad weakening after the U.S. tariff shock, and since end 2024 has fallen by 11.7% against the euro. That was Canadian IV PMI June 2025 report and the Fitch rating. ECB's Nigel should be speaking, tapping the 200 SMA as we speak. This should really decide right here. ES is looking very weak. I think we may go lower. We'll see. What's up, Dave? Holy shrimp. Great and quick managing. Good job. Appreciate you, Sandri. If you guys have not already, if you're enjoying the transparency, real-time trading, real live trading, very few people on social media are doing this. So if you're gaining value, learning what to do, what not to do, please smash that like button, follow, subscribe. We are very close to 5K subscribers on YouTube. ES wicked lower. NQ trying to reject from the 200 SMA, staying above that pivot point, trying to stay above that pivot point. Pivot point at 22,885, starting to reject. Pivot point to the downside at 22,846. And low of pre-market is at 22,808 if it really wants to get crazy. ECB Nigel is speaking. Be careful. At 11 a.m. Trump cabinet meeting, that just popped up. That might be a little early. No, it's at 11. Okay. They just put the stream up. Same, Sandri, same. What's up, Floyd? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you. Trying to get above the 200 SMA. We'll see. I'm in with one long. Nvidia's coming up, so I'll take a little chance on this. Up 30, up 40. I kind of am a little bearish right now, but I'll take a stab out of it. see. Should have a lot of resistance flipping to red, but it also could just wick down on some news. Definitely gotta play this a little cautious. Looking for a wick up to the 20 EMA if possible. ES is starting to flip down. Down 100, down 200. Adding 2 and 3 contracts long. About to get active. Down 400, down 500, 3 contracts long. Trying to wait for this to wick down. We're going to risk this account.
Order filled.
And with 7 contracts long. Ooh, big wick down.
Order filled.
11. Looking for a bounce. Could just keep tanking. Does not have to bounce. Down 300, 11 contracts long. Struggling. May just keep popping down. Up 20, taking some off. Taking 2 more. And cutting it. Alright. All the averaging ended up with 300. Not that great risk reward, but I also don't really care about that. Very high risk trade. I said I was going with 1. Should have put a stop on that. The stop should have been below the 200 SMA, but decided to risk the account. Should have ended with more market orders. I hit the button when it was 600 up. Is what it is. That is what you have to do when you're in and out quick with market orders. You guys can put limit orders if you want. Sometimes it gets skipped. I want market orders. And you have to deal with a little latency sometimes. ES is just tanking, tanking, tanking. I have to be missing some news here. That could just be from the Fitch ratings, to be honest. Looking for a Trump tweet. I think it's from the Fitch ratings. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be downtrending for a bit unless the ES can get above the VWAP. And Q can get back above the gap, get above the 200 SMA. Draw some trend lines. Really, it's bouncing right here. Maybe to the 200 SMA, then it continues down. I figured it would go to this pivot point. I'm going to be honest. I really think it's going to this pivot point, 22,847. At least. If not, the low pre-market at 22,808. Nvidia starting to fall a bit. Tesla starting to fall a bit. Google's down 1%. Amazon's down 1%. Microsoft's down 0.3%. Meta's down 0.15%. Apple's down 0.3%. Netflix is down 0.7%. Palantir is down 1.15%. Volatility index, the VIX, is down 3.99%. NQ flipped red, now down 0.06%. ES is red as well, down 0.1%. ES is trying to bounce. I don't like being this zoomed in. If you guys notice, I try and stay zoomed out. It just gives me a little more clarity. I keep pushing that low side. I'm bear biased. Yeah, we were definitely correct today, Day. At least so far. Day. Got it. Damn, you got balls, well. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. You guys are enjoying the stream. Smash that like button. And I have not said it a lot, but TTS is $1 at realsuperchat.com. Realsuperchat.com. I have worked a lot on the simulator, and it's going to be way better than you guys are thinking. But I have not mentioned it because I do not know when it's going to release. I'm not releasing it until it is sufficient enough, until it is good enough to at least beta test, and it is not there yet. I could rush something out, but everything's attached to my name, so I want it to be mint, as well as the mentorships. That's getting close as well. I've kind of switched back to the simulator because I'm kind of itching a creative scratch per se that I have, and I'm just getting a couple components just dialed in over there, and I'm really liking it so far. But it's kind of like a million pieces of a puzzle I just have to put together, and it's pretty complicated if you don't know what you're doing. Thankfully, I've been coding for a while, so I do know what I'm doing. But it's still like putting a million pieces of a puzzle together. And just gotta get everything to fit correct. All it takes is time. Text to speech, Stu. Text to speech. Meaning if you donate $1, it'll show on screen and be read out. But besides donating, you can join YouTube memberships. You'll gain more value if you join the YouTube membership. I've not plugged that in a while either. We just got YouTube memberships around 10 days ago, and we're 3 memberships away from getting a new emote. I decided to get rid, at least temporarily, the bear and bullish emote, and put Caroline Levitt, Elon Musk. Then I fixed the Jerome Powell and Trump emote. I still have a lot more to come. What's up, Oris? About to tap the 2-hour SMA. Yeah, it's looking pretty weak, but Nvidia's coming up, to be fair. ECB, Miguel is speaking.
Capital expenditures in innovation during the deflation.
Tapping that 2-hour SMA. Yes, coming up. Adobe is up 0.7%, QCOM's up 0.6%, AMD is up 1.7%, Aveco is up 0.25%, Alibaba's up 2%, Costco is down 0.3%, GME is up 0.5% on the day, Palantir is down 1.4%, MicroStrategy is red but trying to flip green. Then we may get a wick up here. ES is probably going to tap the VWAP. NQ is probably going to tap that 20, may if not flush a little higher. You have that pivot point to the upside, 22,909. What's up, Garcia? Good morning, good morning. NQ flipping green. Trying to reject that pivot point. 2,885. It's rejecting it. NQ's flipping red again. Flipping green. May get a wick up here. A lot of people thought it was going up today. A lot of people thought it was going up. Waking up to the 20 May. Staying patient, no FOMO, no retrading. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. And I mean it. Vote in the poll, guys. Vote in the poll. Are you profitable today if you're trading? Are you negative if you're trading? Or are you just learning? Are you watching, learning what to do, what not to do? And if you are, please smash that like button. Likes are looking a little weak. Get the likes up. A lot of free value that's being offered. And it's just getting started. Tip of the iceberg. Simulator's not out. Mentorship's not out. And that simulator is going to be massive. A lot of things I have, and then there's also another one that's only going to be privy to the membership, the YouTube members for now, the insiders. That is what the members are called, the insiders. And it's only going to be privy to them as soon as I flush it out. Haven't even thought about it. I wrote it down, wrote the idea down, haven't flushed it out, but it is a very, 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 very solid idea. But that simulator is definitely number one. Mentorship is probably going to be number two. Then that's probably going to be number three. A lot of value to offer. We haven't even really started the social media grind yet. Haven't been posting videos. Stopped posting shorts briefly. Gonna ramp that back up and get trying to really pump out the software. Once that's done, the social media takeover will commence once again. What's up, Tom? What do you think about nuclear in the next 25 years? I mean, nuclear energy is the way to go. If that's what you're referencing. Hey, Chris, sorry it's been like a week or so. I've been busy and went on a small vacation. Tom, you do not have to apologize. I do not expect you guys to be here. You guys all have your own lives and busy, very, very busy lives. Do what is best for you guys. Crypto and Fear Greed Index came out 65 and 100 greed, so no worries. You were chilling on vacation. No need. Absolutely no need. Take a break. Fear and Greed Index came out for the stock market 77 out of 100 extreme greed. NQ is rejecting from the 2-hour SMA, rejecting from the 21 EMA. What's up, Sean? Morning, good morning. We are 5 subscribers away from hitting 5K on YouTube and 41 streams. 5 subscribers away. Iran foreign minister to visit Saudi Arabia to meet with officials on bilateral relations and peace and security of the region. No tweets from Trump. Remember, in 40 minutes, we have at 11 a.m. EST Trump cabinet meeting, New York Fed inflation expectations. Not bad. The Dow is down 0.2% now. Things are starting to get a little more volatile. Should be all right. Sound should be good. On our end. Oh, not good here, Barn. Trading fees eating my profits, Barn says. Oof. That's not good, my friend. Not good, not good. 2 subscribers away from hitting 5K. For some reason, I'm crazy and want to join this long. But it is literally against everything. Literally against everything. For nuclear energy, I think 50% of the world uses them. I think when using a plant, it loses like 87% of its usable energy. If they could increase the number, we'd produce even more energy. Ah, too many break-even trades, Barn. Trying to stay patient. I do want to join this long. Glad I didn't. Even though this could be manipulation down. Starting to look a little more weak. For some reason I think we're gonna go wake up. Tesla's coming up. Nvidia's holding. It is against everything though. And it's going down. Thank you. 5 minute looking weak. Nvidia, Tesla are holding. There's a lot to get through on the upside though. And QS flipped green, ESS flipped green. Appreciate you, Marshall. Appreciate you. That 5K sub should be 100K with all this knowledge. Marshall, we're just getting started. I'm glad I did not join that long. I was dead wrong in the conviction. Tesla's still holding to be fair. We are waking down. Pivot point to the downside, 22,846, 47. And then pre-market low at 22,808. Very good analogy, Tom. Very good analogy. I like that. Finalize your votes. We'll take a look in a minute in the YouTube polls. Appreciate the follow, Jack. Appreciate you. Get a little bounce off the range. Bounce perfectly off that range. The support trend line of the range. Jacking for a Trump tweet. Tesla's coming up. AMD is up 1.75%. Good job, Barn. Good job, good job, good job. Very nice. Barn made 1,400 on that swing. Very nice. So far, 25-point bounce. Yeah, you definitely killed it, Idris. Barn killed it. Killed it with that one. I'm sure them commissions don't feel so bad anymore. Good stuff. I have 3. How many do you have, Barn? You train? I feel like you're training on the laptop right now. I just get that vibe. You're chilling at a beach, kicking back, watching the waves, trading on the laptop. Get them tropical vibes. Probably from your picture. Tapping that pivot point, tapping 21 EMA. 22,885. Tapping that pivot point right now. NQ 30 minutes starting to bounce. Okay. Tapping the 2-hour SMA. So far, 40-point bounce. Jeez, Barn, you are... Wow, that's a lot in trading fees. To be fair, I've been there when I would play 60 to 100 trades in one day. I was usually over trading though. Usually over trading a lot. Let me make sure I'm not going against any news. Iran foreign minister, Israel's war sabotages diplomacy. The U.S. can revive it. In reality, as a signatory of the non-proliferation treaty, Iran has always committed to a peaceful nuclear program under UN monitoring. I'm not against anything here. Very strong. It is very strong right now. Probably targeting the 15-minute opening range high at 22,925. I'm looking for a pullback at this pivot point, but I might just continue straight up. ES getting above the VWAP. Tesla's now up 2.6%. Meta, Apple flipping green. MicroStrategy flipping green. GameStop flipping green. Oh, that makes sense, Barn. Okay. You trade pre-market? Yeah, I used to. There's nothing wrong with it. You can kind of you have a lot more time to work. I kind of like the volatility though. Okay. You need Instagram Reels on 2 and 10 charts on 1. I count. All right, buddy. It's getting above that pivot point. ES is flipping green. And it is flying. It broke through that range. NQ 30 minute above the VWAP, about to tap the 100 SMA. ES about to tap the 200 SMA. About to go against trend, I believe. Little risky. Alright, that just fulfilled the 15-minute opening range. It just tapped the high. Wake through it. Okay. Pivot point up top at 22,938. Green line up top is the high pre-market. High pre-market at 22,972. Getting up. V-shaped recovery, question mark, question mark, question mark. I would like a little bit more of a pullback, but I don't believe we're going to get it. U.S. extends authorization for some Russia-related transactions. Iran Foreign Minister, we are focused on the termination of sanctions and U.S. involvement in wider economic cooperation. Okay. 23 minutes until Trump cabinet meeting. I really don't want to buy this. Really needs to have a pullback, but I think it's going to do the V-shaped recovery. Possibly even wick into the pre-market high, which is that green line, 22,972. ES is above the VWAP 100 MA and now 200 SMA. And Q30 MA getting above the 100 MA and VWAP. What's up, Devea? Devea. Hello, hello, hello. Could be Diva. The Y could be silent. No. What's up, Sharma? Tapping that pivot point, getting a little hesitancy. And that V-shaped recovery is going to happen. Faster it wicks up, the more I like it. ATR is at 17 right now. It's a Hindi name. Nothing is silent in Hindi. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know if this is going to pull back a lot. Tesla's now up 3%. Nvidia is holding at 0.5% up. Microsoft's getting close to flipping green. I also want to do trading, but I have a job. Yeah, that is definitely a conundrum a lot of people have. 9-to-5 job, they are the prime trading market hours, and you are working from 9 to 5, the whole market. So you have to trade during pre-market or find time during lunch. And it's just a whole conundrum. And it is a hard one to have. I used to trade a half decade ago on my phone on Webull, trading AMC options from the car driving to work. I would scalp about 100, 200 a day to start. Not an easy thing to do. I messed up my TradingView chart. Hold on. I'll get that back. Hold on. Getting my tab back. There we go. All right. "17 minutes until Trump cabinet meeting." Do they trade more fees if you get stopped versus just closing the trade? They trade more fees. You do not accrue more fees if you get stopped. It's the same. Fee going in, fee going out. Generally on most trading platforms. It's just calculated based on entering and exiting a trade. Contracts. But like if you add like me, you accrue commissions as you add a contract. Stu, I used to, when I first started half a decade ago, 2020, 2021, AMC, I was trading on my phone, going to work, scalping 100, 200 a day on AMC options. Sometimes I would trade the regular stock too, but most of the times I would buy a couple option contracts, a couple calls or puts, and just scalp 100, 200 on the way to work. Yes, tap the VWAP, have a little bounce. No, I do not, Darius. I do not want one. At least yet. Appreciate the follow, Arthur. Appreciate you. Big wick down. What was that? Some type of news. Could have been manipulation as well. That's a 30-point wick. Trump tweeted from Truth Social, as per letters sent to various countries yesterday, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and for the next short period of time, tariffs will be start being paid on August 1st, 2025. There will be no change to this date, and there will be no changes. In other words, all money will be due and payable starting August 1st, 2020. No extensions will be granted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So there are other countries and deals to countries that are happening today. Okay. I knew it. Hotness. 14 minutes until Trump cabinet meeting as well. No, I'm alright, Darius. I'm not interested in any chat like that. If anything, I'll start X community. That's about it. A Discord, a Telegram, but I'll do that all on my own. He asking above the VWAP. They could pump this up for a while, then finally drop it off that news. Also, a lot of countries are going to be released today. He said today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow. My thought process on this is he's releasing letters strategically to countries he values the least. He's mixing some middle ground, medium countries, but he's leaving the big countries just to worry, fearmonger, and try to get these trade deals secured. While he's releasing all this, they're getting more and more scared that they're going to get receive a letter, then they come to a deal. That's what I'm assuming he's doing for like the top 10, 15, 20 countries. He's really trying to get the deal done. And he's just releasing these tariff letters to countries he really doesn't care about or care as much about, affecting the trade relationship. That's my thoughts and what I think he could be doing. Little method to the madness. Darius, I don't have anything right now. The only way is this YouTube. YouTube's as real time as you can get. No DVR, ultra low delay, latency. It's only like a 2-second delay, if that. Appreciate it, Todd. Trump tariffs are just scaring the hell out of everyone in the world. Yeah, but there could be some method to the madness, to be fair. Amazon Prime Day spent down 14% in early hours from 2024. Oh, spending down. Amazon Prime Day spending down 14% in early hours from 2024. Yep, people are hurting. A lot of FOMO, a lot of fear-mongering happening to the markets right now. Be very cautious. Good job, Barn. Tesla did a higher high. Yeah, Tesla is pumping. Tesla's up 2.8%. Don't really want to be in short just yet. I also don't want to long this. So we are staying patient. Tapping that 20 May. We have officially hit 5K subscribers on YouTube. Insane. 41 streams, 5K subscribers. And we're not even fully gunning for it. We're not even fully doing YouTube yet. No videos. Stopped posting shorts a little while ago to focus on the software. Just wait until the software is done, finished, released. Then I get back into shorts, get back into posting videos. We are going for the top. Going for a takeover. You guys are still early to the journey. I appreciate all you. Pretty slow morning, pretty slow start, to be honest. 8 minutes until Trump participating in cabinet meeting. That's scheduled for 11 a.m. Could be a little late. He's usually on time with the cabinet meetings, to be fair. Waking down below 200 SMA. I don't want the Associated Press. Waking down.
Order
And with 2
filled.
contracts long, and with 4 more, and with 6 contracts long. Down 100, down 500. It's the Apex count. We're going to really ramp this up.
Order filled.
And with 12 contracts, down 400, down 600, I want to bounce. Up 300, I want more. Up 5, take 2.
Filled.
Took some out, take 2 more. Cutting it.
Order filled.
Up 1,000. Rotating. Let's go here. I think we're gonna flush a little lower, but it's a little risky. I kind of want to join this short. Trying to wait to see if this one's bounce a little more. Trump probably released a trade deal, guys. Let's see. No, not yet. That's just on the anticipation. You guys gotta know that NQ loves to prop it up. 8 minutes ago, he released that news today. We'll be releasing more countries, the deals, the tariffs today and tomorrow. That news dropped 8 minutes ago. Market propped it up a little bit, dropped a little bit, but we got everyone to go in long thinking it's going to prop a little longer, and then they wicked it down. NQ loves to do the opposite of news, at least for a brief period of time. Sometimes, if it's not as important news, like ADP unemployment change, a little negative, they prop it up for a couple hours, maybe even the entire day, then drop it in post. So you gotta be wary, gotta watch out. Appreciate it, Idris. Yeah, it's actually pretty it's pretty immense, Todd. It's because trading is already so niched, and most people see the charts and don't even know what's going on. And to get 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, we are a part of like We're a part of 30 million, 20 million, like 1% of the US population on YouTube. And it's very, very, very insane. Appreciate the follow, Vic. Appreciate you guys. Wow, how do you do trading? I always thought trading is just luck-based game. Divya, I have my own amalgamation of indicators. The ES, I look at the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA. I have a couple others, William R, 120 day, RSI. Same for the NQ 30 minute. Then the NQ 2 minute you see me executing on. I only have the 21 EMA, and I draw trend lines and fibs on the NQ 2 minute chart. Then I have the NQ 5 minute chart, just get a little zoomed out. And then I have a lot of stocks in my face. Just looking at the percentages, seeing what which way everything's trending. Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Netflix, MicroStrategy, Palantir, GME, Costco. And then I have the VIX, the regular S&P, the future, S&P E-mini future, Nasdaq E-mini future, the dollar. And then sometimes, thanks for reminding me, I look at heavy metals. Silver is at $36.63 an ounce. Gold is at $3,309 an ounce. We are going to start prepping. Hold on. I'm prepping for this Trump. I need to find this YouTube stream. Bouncing off that pivot point. Should be at the White House. It is crazy that the White House has its own YouTube channel. Pretty nuts. What's up, Dimension? Good morning, good morning. 4 cents off passing the eval. No shot. No shot. I'd be mad as hell. I'd be mad as hell, but oof. One of the major countries Trump is going to do trade deals with. What do you think? What's up, Chris? Good morning, good morning. Today is going very well. What's up, Quinco? I enter a trade, close my eyes, and hope for the best. Good morning, Quinco. What trade deal do you think? I think he's doing these lower tier countries first. Getting a lot of fear in the market. In with too short, up 60. I'm looking for a little rejection off the 200 SMA. Little 10-point rejection, may continue to wake up. We'll see. Going through the 200 SMA on the NQ 30 minute chart. VWAP's a little further up. Two contract short. Down 100, down 160. This could V-shape recover. This could V-shape recover without a pullback. You gotta know it. I'm gonna up this ante a little bit. Gotta stay up to date with news. China Premier League. China wants to deepen cooperation with the UN. New York Fed dropping now. New York Fed just dropped now. Above the 200 SMA. Above the 20 MA. Pivot point to upside 22,909. New York Fed inflation expectations a little delayed. Should be dropping any second. I believe it's right now. It's wicking a little like it dropped. Up 10, 30, up 40, up 100. Tapping the pivot point. 150, taking it.
Filled.
I think I'm gonna switch bias to go up. Let me go here.
Order filled.
I'm in with 2 contracts long. I'm gonna switch bias. It's above the 200 SMA. To be fair, news could drop and this comes a lot down. I'm betting on the ES coming up to the VWAP. Up 100. Above the 20 MA, breaking out of the range. Above the 200 SMA. Taking one off at 2. Taking it off at the wick. Beautiful. We have that pivot point up top at 22,909. Is Trump speaking yet? We're still waiting for him. New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations fall to 3% in June from 3.2%. 3-year inflation expectations unchanged in June at 3%. Okay. U.S. Treasury sees cash balance rising to $500 billion by end of July. Tapping that pivot point. It broke through the range, got above the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart, got above the 21 EMA. Got above the 21 EMA on the NQ 5-minute chart as well. You guys have not already, if you're enjoying the stream, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. After you subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. So if you want to be notified, smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell after you subscribe if you want to be notified. As I mentioned, don't hold anything. You guys can say whatever you want. For the most part, it is YouTube. You have to be censored somewhat. They're not full free speech, but your guys' comments, I just try and answer as precisely as possible. Try and give you guys as much value as possible. So don't feel any way for any comment you guys say. Don't feel any way. I usually just move on. After the stream's done, I go straight into doing software or something else. So don't even worry about it. I don't even remember your comments from yesterday. That's how quick everything's moving. I barely remember what I ate for yesterday's dinner. I definitely don't remember a week ago what I ate. Barely remember what we did yesterday as well. Thankfully, I have it all documented. Let's go, Barn. Let's go. 6 out of 7 wins today. Good stuff, Barn. Barn just passed his prop firm account. Good stuff. Appreciate the follow, Vic. Appreciate the follow, Ben. Go. That is some profound life advice. Thank you, Christopher. No problem to mention. Problem. This is only the tip of the iceberg, guys. Tip of the iceberg. I'm telling you, that simulator is going to be so beautiful. I used to say it all the time. Used to say it was coming soon, but I really wanted to dial in, so I just notched it back a little bit. But that simulator, oh baby, it's a million-piece puzzle I have to put together still, but it is literally coming together in strides. I'm just adding so much to it, and I'm starting to really see the vision. And it's only, even when it releases, it's only going to be the tip of the iceberg, because there's so much potential that will need to be added. And then revision after revision to get it flawless. I'm super excited for the future. And that's just on the simulator. And then once we release the simulator, mentorships, and then after that, we are grinding YouTube to the top. Videos, shorts, live streams, stuff you guys are not even expecting. Not even expecting, I had planned. And only YouTube members are going to be privy to insider info. You'll need to be one of the insiders. Become an insider, which is a YouTube member for now, to get behind the scenes access. Appreciate it, Legend. Appreciate it, Day. Indian traders closely follow U.S. news, since Indian markets often mirror U.S. markets moves. Makes sense, Divya. Let's get it, bro. Let's go, Ahmad. I updated the emotes. I made the Trump emote bigger, the Jerome Powell emote bigger, then added the Elon Musk emote and Caroline Levitt emote. And got rid, for now, the bullish and bearish. Trump not speaking yet. We are still waiting for that cabinet meeting that was scheduled for 11 a.m. The U.S. Treasury does not expect to issue cash management bills to rebuild its cash balance. A robust Iran nuclear deal that garners European security interests must be concluded. If there is no deal, then France, Britain, and Germany will be obligated to restore sanctions through UN Council snapback mechanism. U.S. to sell 80 billion 4-week bills on July 10th to settle July 15th. Remember, we're still expecting the letters, the tariff letters to countries today. He said, in addition to letters that will be sent today and tomorrow, and for the next short period of time. But they are coming today. Don't know when. ES tapping the VWAP again. Gotta have that dream car come to life. 100% Ahmad. 100%. But to be honest, that's probably gonna be, unless we start rocket shipping up. Like, I'm talking, a lot would need to happen for that. A lot would need to happen for that. And realistically, it's probably a half decade away. Realistically. I gotta build the real estate before that. Gotta really ramp up the real estate portfolio. Which thankfully I'm very well versed in that. And I studied creative real estate and did it for a little bit. I used to cold call and everything. I still have videos. Maybe man, that's so embarrassing though. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe I release one of the or at least a little snippet to YouTube members of me cold calling when I was super young. Hey, Ahmad. Italy with our Lambos. Hey. I gotta have the doors going up though. It has to be SVJ. Can't be having one of these. Dude, cold calling. It's crazy too, because I used to be it's insane to say this now because what I do is talk basically. Obviously I do a lot more than that, trade, manage multiple streams, etc. But what we do streaming is basically talking, communication. But I used to only say about 100 words a year, 1,000 words a year. I would just be a hermit in my room, playing video games, wouldn't even speak to my family, etc., etc. I would be a hermit, just come in and out the door, get dinner, go back to my room, and be by myself, be isolated. So it's very insane to go from that to working out constantly. And it's interesting, hormones. As soon as I started working out, the testosterone started to pump, started getting more ambitious, more energetic, more outgoing, more risk tolerant. And it's very interesting how that happens. That's why I stick to working out. I've been slacking a little bit recently, trying to get the software out, but I've stayed consistent working out for around 3 years now. Not any heavy weights, 30 pounds max. A lot of running, a lot of abs, lots and lots of pull-ups, tens of thousands of pull-ups, push-ups, etc., etc. But it's interesting. As soon as I started working out, I decided to take a risk, learn creative real estate for about a month, and then started cold calling, and then sending letters of intent. Nothing came of it though, to be fair. During that little spout, nothing came of it. But it was great knowledge to learn, and I have all the notes written of it. There's like, that document in itself is worth so much money. I spent literally 18, 20, 22 hours just going through so many videos, just taking a piece of knowledge and then referring it to another video and just putting it all together. It is all complete. To be fair, I believe you need to be a real estate broker now or something like that to wholesale real estate. So you can only do you can only buy it now, or you have to become a broker or something like that. I believe they passed that law. Probably not in some states still, but I believe that was being passed a couple years ago. Market has slowed down substantially. Very slow. 100% Ahmad. Slow and steady wins the race. Sanjay, this is the NQ 2 minute. How tall are you, Ahmad? I'm 6'1". So will I even be able to fit? That Ford GT is looking even better. Your journey is still being 6'3". Think 6'1" will be able to fit in there? I'm 6'2" with shoes. Oh boy. May not be able to fit into the Lamborghini SVJ. If we get big enough, they'll special make a car. Nah, bro, too tall. Lamborghinis are cliche anyway. Thankfully, that is not the car I want. At least to start. Dimension ass chat, what kind of traders are you? Day, scalp, or swing? Day, how many calls did you have to make for that one deal? How many calls did you make, Day? Day said I did one wholesale deal for 7K and the rest fell through. How many calls did you make though? Be honest. I'm gonna gauge it right now. I'm gonna say at least 600. At least 600. I want to say 1,000, but at least 600. You may have gotten lucky, but I'm gonna say at least 600. Barnes said 2010 M5 V12. It's a good car, good entry car. You over the ponders. You over the ponders. Really like that M5, M3. All the above, Alfred. All the above. We've been on both sides of the spectrum today. Literally and figuratively. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will skip the upcoming G20 finance meeting in South Africa. Trump is expected to attend the Club World Cup final on Sunday. We are still waiting for that Trump cabinet meeting that was scheduled for 15 minutes ago. Yes, rejected the 200 SMA, bouncing off the VWAP right now. Let's finalize your votes if you haven't already. We're taking a look now. Regular YouTube stream, 21 votes, 33% are profitable, 24% are negative, and 43% are learning. The YouTube short stream, 106 votes, 27% are profitable, 14% are negative, 59% are learning. Fed bid for 52-week bill total 2.9 billion. 11:30 a.m. in 13 minutes. US 52-week bill. That is not the 4-week. That is not the 12-week. So this is a little more important. Really don't pay attention too much, but I will on this one. Hey, you have not answered. How many calls? How many cold calls did you make? Just roughly. D2 Formula 1 engine. I might have to get on this M5 train. I have to take a look, Adris. Maybe I'll make my own little series once the software is done. I'll check it out. Oh, this is the AI. This is the AI thing. This is all just AI generated. Still waiting for Trump. NQ tapping that 200 SMA, pivot point below that. That is a lower high, to be fair. May flush down to the pre-market low at 22,808. Appreciate you, trades. Appreciate you. Yeah, exactly, Day. That one sale, 7K, but you had to make endless amounts of calls. It's absolutely obscene the amount of work cold callers do, especially in real estate and in tech as well. It's insane. That's why most companies just hire Indians. They hire Indians and pay them very like $20, $50 a day compared to the 200, 300, 400 commission-based salary, etc., etc. Or they go to like other Asian countries, South American countries like Venezuela, etc., etc. They get agents. Mobile Warfare says, brother, I lost all money in Forex until what I learned. What did you learn? To stop trading, or that was a bad joke. What'd you learn? What'd you learn for real? What are the key lessons that are going to inspire and help someone else not lose all their money? We're rejecting from the 2-hour SMA, rejecting from the pivot point. Go watch M5 V12 version 10 straight pipe. It already sounds good. Good luck. All still trading. I'm up 200 fighting to get out that buffer zone. We'll battle more tomorrow. Good job, Todd. Good stuff. Won the war today. Good stuff. Funny. The mentorship will probably come after the simulator. I'm not putting a date. Not putting a date. I'm not gonna release anything that's just rushed, and it's not gonna happen. It should be soon, but I'm reluctant to say that, and I pulled back from talking about it just so I can focus on it. And then when I think it's gonna get close, then I'll start ramping it up a little bit more, like we did in the beginning. But there's a lot of work to still do. You lost all your money trading Telegram signal groups. That's why I'm not starting a signal group. I may start a Telegram, but it won't be what most people think. We're still waiting for the Trump cabinet meeting. Very interesting. Very interesting, chap. Next news on the docket is in 7 minutes, US 52-week bill, 12 p.m. EIE steel report tentative. It can move up and down the schedule as needed. 1 p.m. US 3-year note, and then 3 p.m. US consumer credit. Also, Trump will be releasing more countries that he's sending letters to. The tariff letters are coming today. 4 countries. Appreciate your dimension. Try and give you guys as much value as I can. Ooh, a lot of people not smashing that like button. We got 58% stubborn people on YouTube Shorts. They probably smashed the dislike button just on purpose. Ooh, we got a solid group. Solid group on the regular YouTube stream. Also, everyone on the YouTube short stream, I'm streaming on YouTube and YouTube Shorts. We will not be live for much longer today. I'm very lack sleep. I'm running on pure adrenaline right now. For some reason, I think it's because I'm so excited about the software, and I'm just really excited about coding it right now. I've only been sleeping around 6 to 5 hours a night. I went to sleep at 4 p.m. when market closes, ended stream around 2, went to sleep at 4, and woke up around 11 or 10 p.m. and I've been up all night coding. We are still here, and honestly, I feel fine. I didn't feel up to it before stream, but I have the adrenaline coursing my veins, and I love trading. This is how you can tell. This is how you can tell I love what I do. I'm here off of very little sleep the past week, the past month. Still here, still energized, still grinding, pure adrenaline right now, and I'm in it. I'm in it fully. I haven't said when been a little delayed on these breaks of the pivot points, etc., but my eyes have been on it, and I'm ready. It's coming down to the pivot point 22,847. Trying to not end stream until this cabinet meeting. I really want to hear it, and it would be nice to do on stream. Five minutes into the US 52-week bill. Barn, I'm making the software, the simulator. I'm adding a lot of components to it. And it's getting pretty far. Chicken said, I'm finally green. Been 2 weeks of bad luck, my guy. Good stuff, Chicken. Good stuff. Very good to hear. Very, very, very good to hear. Good stuff, Chicken. Getting a little bounce. I can show you guys an earlier version of the simulator. Let me pull it up. So this is very early version. This is like a month ago what I had. I'm not gonna show anything further than this, but I can show you guys this. This is the simulator that I was at a month ago. We're a little further ahead now, but this is a month ago. So you can pause, you can speed up 100x speed, you can go to MNQ, you can buy long, stop loss. I don't like the X, but that's fixed now. You can drag up and down the stop loss, take profit. You can do it with the right, control your mouse. If the stop loss gets above the average, it switches to gray, indicating break even. And then you have options. You can trade the candlestick, whatever you want. Up color, I like orange. Down color, wick, border, chart background. And then you can put hotkeys. This is really for, and if you mess up like that, just redo it. Mess up like that, click off, click back in. So these are the hotkeys I use, by the way. Trading with hotkeys right now. Trading with hotkeys. Not trading with hotkeys. Alright, and as you can see, a month ago this was glitched. This is a previous version. Lot has came. Long entry. Let's full port. You can only go up to 35 contracts. It's around the same. So 100 XP will play it. And plus 5k, you need to close it manually, but you'll succeed. Minus 10k, it'll automatically liquidate you and you'll fail. See. Up 2k, up 4k, bam. Now we're up 5.1k. Need to close it. Close. Success. Profit target reached. Then you go to the next level. This is only the beginner level, but this is the simulator I'm talking about. This was a month ago. I had this a month ago. We are way further now. But that's mainly for beginner traders. A lot of people came in and were asking me, how do I get started trading? How do I get started trading? And this will be a very low cost, low and expensive way. Instead of spending $300 on TradingView subscription, instead of spending their money in Webull, day trading, etc., and gotta go around the day trading rule, etc., etc. Instead of buying simulator, buying a profit account, this will be a very low, inexpensive way, coded by me, made by me, and that is only the beginning stages. There's a lot more to that now, and we'll just leave it all mystery until it's released. The members will be getting behind the scenes access. So if you want behind the scenes access, you need to become a YouTube member and decide the tier wisely. All behind the scenes for now are going to YouTube members. Appreciate it, Funny. Johnson, I did not learn trading by reading. I learned trading from, I guess, people who did read, did watch ICT, but I didn't learn from ICT either. I watched YouTubers, and then I actually just did it. Trial by fire. Full experience, just go, go, go. Learn by doing. That is what I did, my friend. Still waiting for Trump. I actually can't believe he's this delayed. It must be something pretty important. Or he's sleeping. Checking truth. We're still waiting for countries. Check it out, Dimension. Each tier, you have a basic, premium, and expert tier. They all have different benefits. Just basic benefits, but you also get access to emotes. The Trump emote, Elon, Jerome Powell, Caroline Levitt, Rocket, Takeoff. A lot of good perks. Just click join and then go through and look at the benefits before you join. Appreciate you, ATG. I've been slacking on you guys though. I've been slacking on the YouTube members a little bit, the premium plus. I've been slacking on you guys. I will make it up, I promise. I'm really focused on this simulator. But I will make it up. Tapping that pivot point. 2,885. What do you mean, Ahmad? Can you stimulate the candle movement as to how an actual candle moves? It just the candles are just a visualization representation. So it's all data. Just input it from different stocks, and the Nasdaq is an amalgamation of all the Nasdaq stocks under the Nasdaq. All the tech stocks, Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Palantir, etc., etc. So it takes all them data points and makes their own data points. And this is just all that, just in a visualization form. That's all candlesticks are. If you guys are getting value, make sure you smash that like button, follow the channel, and subscribe. We are live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST. Market is a little slow right now. NQ created a higher high, lower low, lower high, now a higher low. It is below the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Let's move that up. It's at 94 now. The 200 SMA and VWAP on the NQ 30-minute chart are pretty close together. Breaking above that pivot point, 22,885. Breaking above the 20 EMA. Nvidia is currently sitting up 0.55%. Tesla's up 2.8%. Google's down 1.6%. Amazon's down 1.5%. Meta's down 0.5%. Meta's down 0.13%. Excuse me. Microsoft's down 0.5%. Apple just turned red. Netflix is down 1.3%. MicroStrategy's up 0.4%. Yes, I am, Norman. There have been no negative trades today. It's been close. 1-2 accounts were close to blowing. Been pretty close. ATG, TradingView is just for charts. I do not do any trading and would not recommend any trading, but you guys can do whatever you want. I've heard very bad things about trading on TradingView. You connect a broker via the trading panel, or you can paper trade as well. You can connect your broker. I could connect NinjaTrader here, but you need to be careful. I've heard a lot of bad things by connecting a broker, trading on TradingView. Heard a lot of things about delays on execution orders and just a lot of bad things. So be careful if you are using it. That's why I just stick to NinjaTrader. Trade-Evade also I used. You really want to make sure you get a good one. When I was trading on my phone, I was using Webull. That was half a decade ago though. Appreciate your trades. Yeah, NinjaTrader is just where I execute. It's where all the prop firm accounts are connected. NinjaTrader is just a software. You take the prop firm accounts you bought and connect them via the software. Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm live everywhere. Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, X, YouTube Shorts. Diego, I have no delay. I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about, my friend. NQ future chart. NQ futures. I'm trading NQ 100 E-mini futures. 22,883. What does this chart say, my friend? So you're just retarded. You're not supposed to say that word, but you are very low IQ, my friend. Read next time. To be fair, it could have been an innocent mistake. You could have easily mixed up this. The regular Nasdaq at 22,600, but we're trading the futures. It would be wise to know your stuff before you go accusing someone. U.S. Secretary Scott Bessent is planning to visit to Japan next week for Expo. According to people familiar with the matter, U.S. Treasury Scott Bessent plans to visit Japan next week for the 2025 World Expo in Osaka. The expo is taking place in Osaka until mid-October. On July 19th, the United States will celebrate National Day at the expo. The visit would follow Trump's letter on Monday announcing his intention to raise tariffs on all Japanese imports to 25%, effective August 1st. Slightly higher than the 24% rate initially announced in April. Is Trump not live yet? Oh, that's my fault. I read you're supposed to pay for live data and then hints why you get a delay. That's my fault. I misinterpreted that. Damn. I'm ready to strike, huh? I'm ready to go out ready to get in some drama today. Better be careful. I'm ready to say some crazy stuff today. I'm definitely on the offense. I apologize, Diego. Shouldn't be an issue if you buy it through the TradingView and broker. That's my bad. I took a friendly down, boys. I took a friendly down. I called him the R word and everything. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Definitely not a mod. Definitely not. It shouldn't be an issue if you buy it through TradingView and the broker. I'm talking about when you talked about connecting a broker and TradingView with the delay, trying to warn people with smart. Yeah. Friendly fire, hands up, hands up. Out for the day in the green. Good job, account. Good job. Very good stuff. Market has very slowed down. Pecan, I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. I say every day, but it's really every market day. So it's a little play on words. So every single day market is open, I am live. So every weekday, excluding holidays, etc., etc. But we may start trading them as well. I can now trade crypto. It's going good, King. It's going good. Very good. All green so far today. 2 accounts were at risk, but going pretty good. Pretty good. Should be a little more today. Little uncertain time, so I'm not holding trades for too long, but yes, tap the VWAP. Tapping it again. NQ 5 minute, tapping the 20 May. NQ is about to tap the 200 SMA, NQ 2 minute. Yeah, he was scheduled to speak, Dimension. He was scheduled. US 52-week bill auction came in. That's why I don't really follow. I don't really care about the US, the week bills. I really don't care about them. Now, the US 3-year note, that's a different story. But that's why, like, it literally went through. I didn't even notice it. Didn't even notice it. US, on the charts, at least. US 52-week bill auction, high rate 3.92%, bid to cover ratio 3.23%. US sells 53 billion, awards 32.25% of bids at high. Yeah, Trump was supposed to hold a cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. Unless I'm missing it. No, we're still waiting. They're probably doing the meeting. They're just really hashing something out. We're not going to show it to the media. Good night, Barn. Good night. Good stuff. Good stuff passing them accounts. Good job. See you, Barn. Appreciate you stopping by. Unsure that I mentioned, unsure. Unsure. Trying to wake up. There should be an opportunity soon. Alright, let me zoom out a bit. Okay. Tap into 200 SMA as we speak. Yes, breaking above the VWAP. Remember, Trump is to release the additional letters to some countries today. He hasn't released any yet, but it could happen any moment. Any moment. Trying to wait to see if the NQ 5-minute gets above the 20 MA. There's a lot it needs to get through here though. ES did turn green. A lot it needs to get through. ATR is at 15. If you're still here, Diego, I apologize again. A little miscommunication, I read it wrong. I honestly forgot we were talking about TradingView and connecting brokers. My bad. Need to be a little less hot. A little less friendly fire. I've seen you in chat before too. I just had the pistol ready. Little premature. Little premature. NQ 5 minutes trying to get above the 20 MA. NQ 30 minutes trying to get above the 200 SMA. Then it has a VWAP to the upside. What's up, Jose? Pistol Pete. Yes, above the 200 SMA, tapping it. NQ falling below the 200 SMA. What are you referencing, Funny? Question, we have right to add contracts when the position already operational. What are you referencing? Are you talking about a proper account, a personal account? What exactly? Oh, I believe it's live. Oh, the cabinet meeting live stream is live. We will switch to this as soon as it's ready. Let's go. Been waiting. We've been waiting, chat. We've been waiting. I still can't believe we hit 5K. And I stopped posting shorts around 8 days ago to focus on the software. And we are still maintaining the similar viewership. And it's honestly crazy. The people who are still here are the core community. Diego included. Friendly fire. I friendly fired. I'm gonna have to do something. Let me turn off this music. Meeting's getting started. Headphone warning.
See an engine move out to the end if you way out to the left. Are you able to get them all in the room? Are they?
NQs breaking above the 200 SMA. We have the pivot point to the upside at 22,909. Pivot point to the downside at 22,885.
Which now is, I guess, 3 weeks. And we have a tremendous group of people here that have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I want to, in particular, because of what she's gone through this last few days, done an incredible job.
What's up, Sentry? Great day, 100% win rate today.
I'm going to ask you to say a few words about
one account was
Texas.
close.
The first person there was the first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor, who's terrific.
If you guys are just tuning in, this is President Trump participating in the cabinet meeting. This was scheduled for 11 a.m.
Trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen. So really appreciate it. We all do. And maybe you could say a few words.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership. Texas is strong, and the people of Texas are incredibly strong. They've gone through something that is absolutely horrific, and it is heartbreaking to watch these families suffer the way that they are. As soon as this flash flooding event happened, you know, the governor has activated his emergency responders. Nim Kidd is his emergency management director, who is incredible, and has immediately worked with the local first responders to get help to individuals and get them evacuated, put requests in to me. We deployed, sir, right away, as you know, because you and I were talking a lot during this time, the Coast Guard. We also
David, I get my pivot points from the NQ 30-minute chart. I just look for multiple touch points. Also funny, it depends what prop firm account you go into. If it's Apex, you cannot do my strategy. They've already confirmed that they will not pay out if you add to it. So you kind of have to set a couple contracts and just stop loss, take profit on Apex. On take profit, you can do my strategy for now. They may change in the future, they may not. Get back to those.
had some assets out of Customs and Border Protection. Our board TAC teams went in and helped with rescues and clearing debris so that we could get roads open and people get the help that they need. I think when I got there the most, sir, that day, as soon as I arrived on site, was getting a briefing from all the emergency responders, was just how unified they were in focusing on the fact that we're there to save lives. They were there to rescue people, find people who were still alive, and to reunify them with their family members. We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them, and that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately, but as soon as you signed the major disaster declaration, we were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned through state block grants, to help them with cleanup. And we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate, and it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible situation. We still are looking for people. We're still looking for a lot of little girls and other family members that were camping along that river.
Yeah, it's over 100 confirmed dead so far in Texas due to flash floods.
Continue to help them and assist in that. I was surprised when I got there at the camp that day, right after this happened. The parents that were there, the parents that were looking for their children and picking up their daughter's stuffed animals out of the mud and finding their daughter's shoe that might be laying in the cabin, and just hugging and comforting people matters a lot. I'm extremely grateful for God's hand in that whole situation, because hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were saved. And this is a time for all of us in this country to remember that we were created to serve each other. God created us to take care of each other. And that when we do that, we are happier, we are more fulfilled, and we can walk alongside people on their worst day and help them get through it and come out the other side, knowing that we can continue to live a life that God has purpose for us. So they're grateful for you. Several times the day after the flooding, you and Melania were on the phone with me, and I want to thank you for that. That meant the world. I was able to tell many of those folks that I had been visiting with you, and that you had said, whatever they need, Christy, let's deploy it and get it down there and be helpful. And on Sunday, when the families were waiting at a church to identify their children's bodies, Franklin Graham and I called in and prayed with the families and read some scripture with them, and he was incredible in making himself available to that as well. We'll be back down there in a couple of days and continue to do all we can. But this is an unprecedented event. It really is. There's been tragedies like this around the country, but everyone is unique in different situations. And you know, the response the federal government had supporting the state through this, I'm proud of the people that stepped up and immediately came. The Coast Guard, when they came in, they had a difficult time even getting the aircraft in and landed. They had to try several times in the weather to get it in and deploy. And I think we've heard about, you know, our one Coast Guard member that was responsible for saving over 165 people, but that entire crew did incredible work. And all the first responders there did incredible work. And I know people are getting tired now, but they're...
That one Coast Guard saved 165 people. Is that what I just heard, or the whole company? I believe she just said one person saved 165 people. That is insane.
Getting reinforcements, and volunteers are showing up. And I just want to commend the governor and his team for being the leaders. And they're so thankful that you're letting them make the decisions and manage the response like it should be. And then us supporting them with the resources of the federal government. We've already deployed dollars to the state, much like the block grants that you've talked about.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that guy's a hero.
There's never been a wave like this outside of the breaking of a dam. Because this was almost a wave that ended up being 30 feet high, more actually. Now with the dam you can understand it, but this approached almost with that speed. When you see a dam break, it's not a pretty sight. It wipes out everything, and this is the kind of thing that built up so fast. And it's happened.
That guy deserves a medal of some
over
sort.
Years, but not to this extent. But tell them when you met the father who was picking up the daughter's clothing. And
I had walked through the cabin where all the little girls died, and I had kind of fallen apart in there, but I walked out of the cabin, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, that man over there needs a hug. And so I walked over to him, and I hugged him, and I said, do you work here? And he said, no, my little girl was in that cabin.
Oof.
And he said, and I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago. She had passed away.
Man.
And he just fell apart. And so then we just hugged and talked for probably an hour about that. But then there was another, the grandpa was there looking for his granddaughter.
Starting to get
as
goosebumps.
well. There was a dad there of one of the counselors. The counselor was alive, but she was dealing with the fact that she had hung on to some of these girls and was trying to keep them out of the floodwaters, and had gotten hit by something and had lost two of the girls, and wasn't able to hang on to them, and was going to live the rest of her life thinking about that moment when she wasn't able to hang on to these girls. But these parents were picking up their kids' belongings out of the mud and throughout the camp and putting them in bags, and then one of the dads said, I knew 50 of these girls here. So I knew that was her dress and my daughter's friend's dress, so he was picking it up and putting it in a bag to return to her parents. And so it was and then the director was there comforting everybody who had lost his father the night before too, and he was still there trying to facilitate all of these parents grieving their children and find them. So the strength of people is incredible. One of the things that I asked there that day was that they all have escorts or counselors when parents come in. So from that point, that when they came into the camp, that they have somebody with them when they're
Natural disasters are no joke.
Children's belongings or looking for their children.
Feels like we have one every year now.
Very emotional, but also just so tragic.
The relationship with Texas and the governor has been obviously very good for years with me, but the relationship with Texas and their first responders and us with our first responders and lots of other people, and we brought in a lot of helicopters from all over, and we had a lot of helicopters.
Yeah, it's insane,
Actually
Stunner.
dangerous. A lot of helicopters up there, but they were real pros, and they were responsible for pulling out a lot of people, and we got them there fast, and Texas had some good ones.
NQ is above the 2-hour estimate, above the
But,
21 EMA.
response has
Tap
been
that pivot
incredible.
point now.
And the fact that we got along so well, I don't know, I don't even think that's a political thing, but we got along so well, and it was so unified. I think a lot of lives have been saved. That could have been as bad as it was, and you could have lost double or triple. This thing was just really horrible. Well, Congratulations on a great job, and appreciate it. I know you're going down. I'll be going down on Friday with First Lady. We'll be taking a trip, and we don't want to get in anyone's way because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us, but it's possible they could have somebody saved still. There's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and it's probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. I mean, they're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see.
Truly
you Friday,
tragic. Truly.
We'll finish out the day here. I think you've been reading a lot about. It's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out. We only adhered to the rules of other nations who charged us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask Scott, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming
Markets
in
care a
on
lot about his opinion.
August 1st. I think it was made
This
clear
is not
today
anything
by
light.
the letters that were sent out yesterday.
Scott Besson,
today.
U.S. Treasury Secretary.
Yes, sir. We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariffs, the major tariffs not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at $2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low. And sir, under your leadership, we're witnessing.
And they gave us no credit during this last little, the great, big, beautiful bill. I always use the word great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and many, many other things far more important than that. Great health care. And frankly, every Democrat should lose their election because it was purely political to vote. They were told not to vote for it. So think of it. We got 218 to 2. And then with the Senate, we had 50 to 3. Democrats didn't vote at all. Not
What's up,
one
Nat?
positive vote with all of the good things in there. Economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border. And I don't think we're going to need so much of it because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's been largely built, and it obviously worked. But you may want to think about that. But so I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats and they have standard lines like that.
Holy
Russia.
crap. I hate to pause here. Look at Scott Besson's. Look at his. I'm doing this for the YouTube short stream. Look at his prescription. They are ultra thick. He has to have like -7, -10, -15 eyesight. Wow. I had to pause it for that.
The laptop from hell, it all came
And that's
from
a
Russia.
serious.
They make things up and they go with it and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, here's a line. And I hear
Still
the new
thick,
line
not
is
as thick
death.
as I thought.
Oh, it's death.
It was the
Everyone's
angle.
going to die. There's nothing
Still
to do with
thick.
death. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers, many of them.
Trump's
committing
sticking
more
to the
than
script
one murder.
anyway,
That's
but
death.
that is a
Democrats did that.
serious
Joe Biden did that
prescription.
by allowing people to come in here, just totally unchecked, unvetted, open borders, open borders. The whole world was dumped into our country from prisons, from gangs, from mental institutions. We have many people walking the streets, walking in areas that we don't know anything about, that came out of insane asylums. They released their insane asylum, the insane asylum population.
And Q, try to reject this pivot point, go back down to our SMA. Pivot point at 22,909.
but we have to get them out, and we have no choice. We have to get them out, and we are getting them out. And so, Pete,
True
you wanna tell
day
them about our
X-rays.
great military and how well we did with respect to the bombers and the B-2. We had the pilots here 2 days ago, and they were incredible people. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Truly a historic mission and demonstrated the skill and courage of the United States military. From the
What do you mean,
pilots
Ivan? What do you
we had
mean?
a chance to meet, sir, to the fighter
I'm
pilots,
only
to the
trading
fleers,
Nasdaq
to
for
the
now.
maintainers, to the air defenders who defended the base. What was demonstrated on the world stage was American military might and capability. And it wasn't just Fordo and Esfahan and Natanz that took notice in Iran. It was the rest of the world. That we have a decisive commander-in-chief willing to use these capabilities, which are the best in the world. As the president pointed out, no one else could have done what America did there on that night, and everyone took notice of that. With the one big beautiful bill, sir, we've got 150 billion additional to invest in Golden Dome and all the other weapon systems and stockpiles and shipbuilding priorities of yours. Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the Army and the Marine Corps anymore, it's the Navy, the Air Force, and the Space Force, all historically ahead of where they've ever been. So historic spirit inside the military. We had a chance to be at NATO, Marco and I, and see how the world responds to us saying it's time for you to shoulder the burden and take the lead for your continent. It only happens with President Trump leading, and we're proud to be a part of what's going on at the border, sir, with now a 4th national defense area where we're helping get to that number 0 and securing the border. But that mission, Operation Midnight Hammer, re-established deterrence. It reversed what happened in Afghanistan. You saw the debacle of what Biden allowed to happen in Afghanistan and what that did to our image. President Trump said, with Operation Midnight Hammer, we're re-establishing American leadership in deterrence, and we're proud to be a part of it, sir.
And our so-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. They watched. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, it was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they get captured, then the election and the prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. It was nothing but problems. And that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots. I mean, those machines flew for 37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs and somebody said, skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here. And every bomb hit its mark. And hit it incredibly. And as you know, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN.
No, not yet,
where,
Ivan.
A scammer a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way. She was involved with the 51 fake intelligence agents, if you remember that. She did that story, created a story out of it. She created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom or worse. Just a scammer, and she's still at CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. Maybe and I saw it happen right after the attack. I saw this person on CNN. I actually watch. I like to watch the enemy. You learn from the enemy, and I watch because you have to know where they're coming from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target, maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And you know, hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day a little more. After 3-4 days, she was saying, you know, I don't know, I don't think it was that, except by that time everybody knew it was hit perfectly. The evidence is in the planes. The pilots are the best evidence. But they actually came out of their plane because they were here the other day, and they said, it was so sad. We did such a good job. We flew into very dangerous airspace. I'll never forget, we were in the Situation Room, and they said they have entered Iranian airspace, and everyone took a deep breath because they had more missiles pointed at them, but the equipment is so good, it's stealth, way up in the air, and it was stealth, and they went right through that. And they sort of, by the time they found out they were there, they were already gone. That was the word skedaddle, get the hell out of here. But they were right in the most dangerous airspace in the world, and they took those big, beautiful, very fast They're unbelievable planes.
Good luck, Ivan. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Really beautiful works of art. I always thought
You have a very, very, very good chance of this coming to fruition. Trump starts talking about trade deals, fear mongering the markets. Mark's kind of waiting for this to end, though. To be fair, they may pop up a little bit, and then when this is over, he releases. We are still waiting on letters today for other countries, tariff deals, etc. So good luck,
cool,
good luck,
but
good luck.
Now they look better than just cool, don't they? Huh? But they dropped the loads, and literally they would hit. If you look at this table from here to there, they had a half a refrigerator door is the way to best explain it. Take a refrigerator door, average size, cut it in half. That was their target. They hit every single one. Then we had 30 missiles, Tomahawk shot from submarines 300 miles away. Every one of them hit their target. It was a perfect mission. Then they came back, almost 37 hours. Every plane worked perfectly. The mechanics were here too. I said, you got to get the mechanics here. We didn't have any problems. If you remember, they had a lot of problems with the helicopters, but they did fly through a dust storm, which they shouldn't have done. Sometimes you say, let's go back and try it on a nicer day. Dust and sand don't work well with helicopters if you know much about helicopters, but that was a horrible embarrassment to us. Then we had Afghanistan, which I think was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, and we would have gotten out. I was the one that got them down. I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which right now is controlled by China, one among the most powerful runways in the world, thick with concrete and steel. Anything could land, and right now they were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. I was keeping it. Outside of that, we were leaving, and I would have been out faster than them, but we would have gotten out with strength and dignity. Instead, that was the most botched up mess I've ever seen. They left all that equipment.
Can't deny that.
And every year they have a parade running down some third-rate street with the equipment. You know, it's supposed to be Fifth Avenue. It doesn't work.
True
But,
day.
with all that equipment that they left, they should have taken every ounce of it. I was taking every, I said every screw,
Appreciate
every
the follow,
bolt, every
Moo.
nail you take out of there. And Millie said, I remember one time, sir, we're better off leaving the equipment. Why? Well, it's cheaper. I said, cheaper? You mean it's cheaper to leave a $150 million airplane rather than flying into Pakistan or India or someplace, or just flying it straight home? It's cheaper. Yes, sir. That's when I knew he was an idiot. Didn't take long to figure that one out. But they left all that equipment, but they left their dignity behind. It was the most embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Not that we got out. We should have not been there, but that we got out the way we got out, with great embarrassment and death. You had 13 young people. I've gotten to know their families very well, but you had hundreds of people killed that nobody talks about. Yet the other side, many people were killed. Many people are walking around with no legs, no arms from that whole thing. They left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram, because Bagram was a big base with hundreds of miles of fencing and territory around it. Nobody would be able to get near it, and they left. So, we've done a great job, and I think people are really starting to see it. They're starting to appreciate it. Pete's done fantastically. That mission was a work of art. And I have spoken to some of our perceived, I don't know if they're enemies, but they're perceived as being potential enemies. And they essentially said the same thing. Very impressive. There wasn't a thing that we didn't lose an engine. We didn't lose it. Just, they landed and they were cheered. But the sad thing was they were cheered, and one of the pilots said, we were a little concerned because when we got out, we were told that on television they were reporting that we may have missed our targets. Sir, we hit every target. That's what I do for a living. We hit every target. In fact, when the bombs hit, a yellow haze came over the horizon that I've never seen before. It just lit up the whole horizon, brighter than the sun. It was like looking into the sun. He goes, we hit our target, because you know what that was exploding. And but they were a little downbeat because they listened to that fake CNN reporting and the fake New York Times. They worked together to try and say that it wasn't perfect. They couldn't say what they missed. All they could say is, maybe it wasn't perfect. And you ought to fire that reporter immediately. You should fire her. Real fake. And so I just want to congratulate those pilots. And a lot of people don't like bringing things like that up. I do. I always like confronting, because otherwise the public doesn't know that you're a bunch of crooked people. But they know, they've learned, and the media has to straighten out their act. The media is down to 17% approval. You got to do a little better than that. It's important for the country that you do better. I think they ought to make a lot of changes. I think changes are going to be made to the media, but it's hard to have a really successful country if you have a corrupt media, and we really have a corrupt media. And nobody really knows why. I mean, why would you want to have open borders and criminals pouring into our country? Why would you want to have men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone? You know, you'll have to figure that out. But some of you don't. I mean, I'm looking at some people, they love the country, but I look at other people and they can't. But we were really proud of our military. It was, and the people that maybe don't like us or want to play games with us, because I think that had you not had the situation in Afghanistan, I don't think Putin would have gone in. I think when Putin looked at how stupid and incompetent that operation was, he said, wow, this might be a chance. And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. You just said that you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do to act on that feeling of
I
unhappiness?
wouldn't be telling you. Don't we want to have a little surprise? You know, one of the things we did with the attack is that, and you asked that question, I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in a rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people up here, so I'm rude, but your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct, because this was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that, you know, obviously we had with Iran and Israel, a lot of hatred, a lot of years and years of hatred, centuries of hatred. People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So, you know, what I was doing is just asking, it would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask for. So, go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes. Just sort of turning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them.
Well, look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that
He said we're
knock out
brave.
tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the
That's
tank.
past
and the tank
tense.
is gone. We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. You know, probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days. But they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment. And Europe gave them too. We gave them far more because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. And we should have given them the same, or we should have given actually less than Europe. It affects Europe much more than us. But we're in there for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over $100 billion. But still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely. But we gave them the best equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it, and they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, well, what we do with tanks is, you wouldn't want to be driving a tank. You would feel nice and secure, but they are javelins, they're called. And I gave them the javelins. Remember they said Trump gave the javelins and Obama gave them sheets, right? They called Obama at that time. Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard, did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying. and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm
that
looking
along?
at it, yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at
And
it.
you'd sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They passed it totally at my option, and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
Yesterday you said
Council-
Palestine war
the
weapons.
Go ahead, please.
the Council of Economic Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have actually decreased in price from December.
I know, it's not
Through
an
March.
issue.
Well, my question is,
With
Fed
the
chairman-
tariffs.
Well, the Fed chairman keeps saying that tariffs are going to cause price increases.
Are we
the
sure?
prices just not
Chairman
passed
of the
through
Fed?
yet? Yes, exactly.
Well,
Are the
you
prices-
do a better job than him.
Thank you. Are the prices just not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. You know, when we charge, see, what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged, almost every country charges us tariffs. We had deficits with everybody for years, for decades. And we were like this big monolith that made bad deals with everybody. We rebuilt South Korea, we stayed there. It's okay, we rebuilt it, and we stayed there. And they pay us very little for the military. I got them to pay billions of dollars, and Biden then canceled it when he came in. I said to South Korea, as an example, we give you free military, essentially, very little. And I think you should pay us $10 billion a year. And they went crazy. But they agreed to 3. So I got 3 with a phone call. And I was satisfied. I said, but next year we have to talk. And then we had a rigged election, and we never got to talk. And you know what Biden did? They probably went to him and they said, listen, Trump treated us terribly, and we shouldn't be paying
Really
it
honest.
down to nothing. So that's what happens. It's ridiculous. That's the other thing. We're talking to countries about contributing
Wow.
to the military, not only just paying more in NATO, but contributing.
Small
we have
world.
45,000 soldiers in South Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in Germany, 52,000 actually. And that's a huge economic development for them. That's tremendous amount, just like having a city. It's tremendous money for them, and it's a tremendous loss for us. So we're talking, in a very nice way, we're talking to them about it. It's very unfair. We supply the militaries to many very successful countries. I mean, South Korea is making a lot of money, and they're very good. They're very good, but, they should be paying for their own military.
President Trump, could I ask you a question about Jerome Powell as well? And then the question to the Attorney General.
NQ slowly grind up.
And then I have a question for the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, who you've been pressuring to lower interest rates, he's facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime about the
Well, then he should resign immediately. We should get somebody in there that's going to lower interest rates.
Do you want congressional
Why don't you
Republicans
call
to-
for his resignation?
Do you want congressional Republicans to investigate and
It's
pursue
okay
and
with
punish?
me. I think he's terrible. I think, look, we're paying, I call him Too Late. T-O-O, Too Late, like Too Tall Jones for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Too late. He's always late. But he wasn't late with Biden before the election. He was cutting him like crazy. It didn't help too much, did it? But he was cutting him like crazy before the election with Kamala and Biden. He was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I could ask the Attorney General a question too, President.
Sure.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein.
Luck,
left some
Giannis.
lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did, and also could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of his death?
Yeah, sure. If I could.
Could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February,
I kinda wanna
did
hear
an
it.
interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Mr. President, just on the tariffs again, August 1st, you said it is the deadline. What incentives do countries...
Good, Shavam, how are you?
It seems that deadline keeps moving. It was April 2nd, now it's...
We didn't move, no. It's always been August
You guys are just tuning in. We're watching President Trump participating in the cabinet meeting.
1st, that's what we're paying.
Also, before we resume, NQ is just climbing. So Giannis, that short is not looking great. NQ pre-market high at 22,972. Pivot point above that at 22,977. May look for a short up here, but may not trade at all during this news.
It was put out today, and I put it out just to make it clear. It wasn't a change. It was August 1st. We don't change very much. You know, every time we put out a statement, they say he made a change. I didn't make a change. A clarification, maybe. No, August 1st they pay. And everybody pays. Everybody has to pay. And the incentive is that they have the right to deal in the United States. If they don't want to, they don't have to pay, and they don't have to deal here. But if they want to buy and make a lot of money and sell in the United States, they have to do that. You know, if you go back and look at some of the good presidents, our country was the wealthiest, proportionately the wealthiest, from 1870 to 1913. It was an all-tariff country. We didn't have income tax. That came in in 1913. We had tariffs. And we had so much money we didn't know what to do with it. We had, we had a couple of presidents that were very, very strong. McKinley, I guess more than anybody, but he was the tariff king, but he was very, very strong. He was sort of sad. He made a fortune for this country, became very rich, and then Teddy Roosevelt went out and vice president, and he spent the money. And they said Roosevelt was a great president. And let's say he was a great president, but the money was paid by McKinley with tariffs. Tariffs are charged by other countries at levels that are ridiculous. And you know, I call those other countries, and every one of them is willing to give us everything now, by the way, just so you know. Sir, we'll charge you no tariffs, nothing. We'll give you everything. We'll give you access to our markets. We'll give you everything. Is that a correct statement, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Howard, would you say that's a correct statement?
Exactly correct.
It's like they just don't, because they're very spoiled, because for years they ripped us off and we didn't have a president that understood it, or Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of a lot of different secretaries are involved. But certainly Commerce Secretary was, you know, not doing their job. I don't know about Kelly. She's small business. We'll keep it that way, okay? Her small business is bigger than almost all big businesses when you add it all up. But no, they are very respectful of our country. But the incentive is that they have the right to do business with us. Without that, they don't have the right to do business. And that would be okay, too.
And when the flurry of deals,
Yeah, go ahead.
in the next 24 hours, will we hear a flurry of deals?
Yeah, we have a lot of them going out. But the deals are mostly my deal to them. We're picking a number that's low. We don't want to hurt them. And fair. We're picking a number that's lower than, in most cases, lower than what they charged us. But it's amazing when you've paid all this money for years and they get one president that's a little bit different and a little tougher on this subject, and they're willing to drop everything they've been charging us for years and years. I mean, we have countries going, we will have you don't have to pay any tariff to come in and do business. They're giving us total access to their countries. They gave us no access to the country. They say, well, you cannot go into our country. Okay, good. Now it's, we will give you total access and you don't have to pay any tariffs. but please don't charge us tariffs. And we don't like that deal. So the letters I send out are, we have made some deals. We can make a lot more deals. It's just too time consuming. It just makes it more complicated. And we can do things over the years too. You know, we're not hard line. But it's about time the United States of America started collecting money from countries that were ripping us off and laughing behind our back at how stupid we were. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yellow, in the yellow.
on the tariff issue, so you've talked about India coming, but then a couple days ago you issued a new tariff.
Short's looking a little better, Giannis.
Countries for
Yeah.
if they aligned with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil.
That's
Russia,
right, they have to
South
pay
Africa.
10% if they're in BRICS. Because
Right.
BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir, or is
Yeah,
that
pretty soon.
if they engage in some behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff, just for that one thing, and they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, you know, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, you know, there are a couple that hang around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay? And I'm just saying, if people want to challenge it, they can, but they're going to have to pay a big price. And I don't think any of them are willing to pay that price.
There's some question
Red dress, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you optimistic about reaching the tariff deal with the European Union soon?
Well, the European Union has been speaking to us, Ursula and the whole group, and they've been very nice. They treated us very badly until recently. Now they're treating us very nicely. It's like a different world, actually. They've treated us very badly. They were among the toughest to deal with. Actually, in many respects, they were much
Big
worse
wick
than
down.
China. Look at what
Big
they do
wick
to
down,
our
thank
companies.
you.
They sue Apple.
20-point
They
wick.
sue Google. 17 billion they got from Apple on a lawsuit that they didn't have a case. They have, you know, judges that are European Union judges, and they ruled. They take so much money away from our country.
That short's looking beautiful,
Giannis.
Giannis.
Things that they do, they're very tough.
I would have already
Now
been
they're
out.
being very nice to us, and we'll see what happens. We're probably 2 days off from sending them a letter. We are talking to them. I just want you to know, a letter means a deal. You know, a lot of people said, we got 200 countries. We can't meet with 200 countries. We have a few trusted people that know what they're doing, that are doing a good job, but you can't do it. You have to do it in a more general way, but it's a very good way. It's a better way. It's a more powerful way. And we sent them a letter. You read the letter. I think it was well crafted. And mostly it's just a little number in there. You'll pay 25%, 35%. We have some at 60, 70. Those are ones with massive, you know, where we have massive trade deficits because they've treated us very badly. But I would say in every case, I'm treating them better than they treated us over the years. Don't you agree with that? I could have done much. I could have been much harsher. I don't want to do that. We want to have relationships, but in every case, they treated us far worse than I'm treating them. I'm treating them very good. I could go higher with the tariffs, but I don't want to hurt them. That's why when you just read it, you come up with the number. It's so incredible that prices are actually going down. Just so you know, when I got in, everyone said, "Oh, eggs are going through the roof." That was the first. I was in for about 4 days, and they started screaming at me about eggs. I said, "That's Biden's problem." I didn't know about eggs, but eggs went up about 5 times. You did a fantastic job, and we ended up shortly getting. In fact, for Easter, they said, "Go out and buy plastic eggs. You can't use real eggs." Well, we bought 200,000 eggs for the White House for the Easter egg hunt, that we have at the White House, and there were eggs. We had the price down, and now the price is lower than it was before. We did a good job with eggs, but we did a good job with groceries. Our prices are down in this country. A big part of it's oil. The oil, you had a couple of places last week. You had $1.99 for oil, for gasoline. Nobody thought they'd see that. I want to get it lower if I can, but we've done a good job. You've done a very good job. Do you want to say a couple of words about that, you and Chris, about what's happening with energy?
Well, absolutely, but I would say on the pricing side, President Trump, the fact that you've endorsed and supported a policy of energy dominance, that sends a signal to the market.
Hold on. We'll come back to those. NQ is wicked down. Just off the Trump news, I believe. Should have been long. Save this once to wick down a little lower. Test that pivot point out. It's testing the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart. Trying to wick down. Very nice short, Giannis, if you held. Very nice short. ES now bouncing above the VWAP 200 SMA, 100 MA. We'll come back to that in a minute. Not anything really pressing. Alright. Was about to trade that. Since we're not, we'll go back. We'll skip that though.
Great energy, great low prices, everything else when the election turned
He's just
over.
basically staying to the
I'm trying to
script.
be nice about it. It turned over, shockingly, but nevertheless it happened. Energy started going up, and it went up really bad, and then he went back to the Trump policy. The problem was they didn't know how to do that, and he lost it. He lost that sucker. That big sucker was out of control, and his energy prices went way up, and that's what caused it. But it was also stupid spending. They spent money like, they used to use the term drunken sailors, but I won't use that term. Although it is very descriptive, I won't use that term. I refuse to use it. But they spent money at levels that nobody had ever seen before. And trillions and trillions of dollars wasted on the Green New Scam, greatest scam in the history of our country, other than maybe Russia, that might have been. But the Green New Scam was the single greatest scam in the history of our country and continues to be, but it's weakened badly. It's hobbling along because people are they're finally getting it. But they spent trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam, getting nothing for it. Devised by a couple of young people that weren't even good college students, you know? Not even good students. Check out their marks. Yeah? No, not for CNN. Not for CNN. Go ahead.
In the last jobs report, Mr. President, in the last jobs report, the manufacturing jobs actually lost 7,000 jobs. When will the investments that you've been talking about have an effect?
Well, they're building the plants now. About 7 have started. We're going to have hundreds started within a short period of time. Lee Zeldin, who may be the most important man in this room, I'm sorry, but he's the one that gets the permits. Where is Lee? He's the one that has to get the permits for the plants and the factories, and permits that used to take 5 years, he's getting in record-setting times. AI, we're leading China a lot in AI, and if we go with this, you know,
Good job,
I'm
Ahmad.
allowing the plants to build their own electric. I'm allowing them to become an electric utility, so they can produce their own electricity, because
Appreciate
we
the
need
follow,
double
Chief.
to be successful with AI, which is the biggest thing now. We need double the electricity that we have, which is hard to believe. We need even more than that. And they're building plants with their own electricity substations. They don't have to use the grid. And anything they build extra, they're putting into the grid. So we're supplying the grid with brand new electric sources. And you know, it's funny, when they came to see me, they never even asked for that. I told them about it. The reason they didn't, they thought that was an impossibility. You're not allowed to build your own electric. These are massive investments that are being made in building electricity for their plants. And they're going to have, I think, Doug, a lot of electricity left over. And that electricity is going to be passed into the grid and give us no more, you know, like you look at California. They have blackouts and brownouts every week. They're totally out of control. They have a really incompetent governor. Where's Chris? Is he here? Do you want to speak to the subject?
Yeah, I think a huge thing in the one big beautiful bill, Mr. President, because of your leadership, is the ending of these subsidies, as you call them, the Green New Scam. That saves our country $500 billion over the next 10 years. But American taxpayers were paying twice. They were paying that money, $500 billion in the subsidies, and they were paying more expensive electricity price. If you subsidize something, you should at least lower the cost of it. But in this case, we were subsidizing something and paying more for it. So the one big beautiful bill had two huge things: ending wasteful spending. Wind, solar, and batteries combined are 3% of U.S. total primary energy. 3% for $1 trillion, another $500 billion coming. It's just not a good investment, hurting our businesses, hurting our consumers. And the one big beautiful bill also unshackled oil, gas, and coal development in the United States, onshore and offshore. Secretary Burgum has been working tirelessly on how, by getting the government out of the way, private businesses will develop more resources in the United States, lowering costs for American consumers and making much better leverage for the United States to help our allies abroad and reduce the power of our adversaries abroad. So just a huge win on the energy front all around, and I thank you for your leadership.
We're setting records now on energy, and there'll be nothing compared to what they'll be in about a year from now. But we're setting records, and wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 wells washed up, 50 years. And last summer, they had 14 washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive, and it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy.
Hey, stop throwing the tomatoes, Flippy.
So when the other one is the solar, those big solar fields, they're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide, and you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. Now, we want to be smart. We're going with, look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like, on occasion, you'll see a roof which is made of
short talk,
but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind. You know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff, and I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota. Hadn't seen her in a long time. And he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story. I mean, you don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy, he does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not the nicest person. It was actually longer than 10 years, but he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley in Minnesota that he thought was so beautiful. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. He's driving along the road. He said, oh my, I'll use the word gosh, oh my gosh. He said, oh, he said it looked like a junkyard. You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place. Some were old, some were newer, different companies, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated. Terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them down. But many of them were turned off. He said it looked like a junkyard. Go to Palm Springs, California, and take a look at that pile of junk. And you go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off. They're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old, and they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean where the salt just gets under that steel and decimates it. No, it's a horrible, horrible thing for our country. And I speak out. It would be nice to say wind, because it sounds so good, doesn't it, Doug? Wind, wind. But it's not. It's these ugly machines, and they're all made, you gotta see, some are a little taller, a little shorter. They're made by different companies. They have different stocks. They have different blades. They have different everything. It is so horrible. And if you look at smart countries, they don't use it. Smart countries don't use it. And we're now a smart country. We're not we're a brilliant country. We're not smart. We're brilliant now. We're going to be a brilliant country. We have to be, because we have to catch up for some really stupid people that did a bad job. Yes, Brian?
Yes, Mr. President, I've got a quick comment, some feedback as a native Texan, someone that I grew up bringing my kids to a camp very near the affected camp now. Thank you on behalf of Texas. I've gotten hundreds of messages that want to thank. If you're in the cabinet room, you can tell the president and his team on behalf of Texans, thank you so much for the quick response and the loving and the hugs. I saw that you gave. Two quick questions.
I saw a Palestinian senator. His name is Schumer. He's a good Palestinian. No, he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault. He was actually, do you ever see John Lovett's The Liar? Where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard. That's right. This was Schumer. He goes, yeah, it's Trump's fault. That's right, it's Trump. I actually saw that stupid guy try and blame it on me, and I said, man, that's a tough one to take. But his career is limited because I hear AOC is going to beat him, and she's no bargain either, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying that's an example of an America First team effort to get this country back. So that's what America First looks like for the viewers watching us at home. My two questions. It looks like we have a rogue judge, an Obama-backed rogue judge that is attempting to block the funding to Planned Parenthood, which the big, beautiful bill cuts off the funding to Planned Parenthood. Any plans to challenge that?
Good.
Absolutely. Yes, we're on it. We're on it. And I texted, I believe, I talked to yesterday Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson. I reached out to you to let you know that we were on it in the big, beautiful bill.
Wonderful. And then
I let her handle that question. Did you notice? I said, go ahead, handle that question.
I'll toss it to her. Then my second question was Secretary Rollins. You did an amazing press conference today in front of the Department of Agriculture. You talked about the Farm Act and the need to get China out of our country, owning farmland. For the viewers at home that might have missed that, can you recap what that means to national security to make sure we can grow our own food?
Well, thank you, Brian. Sir, if you don't mind. Yes, this morning Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Noem, and Attorney General Bondi and I had a press conference at the USDA. I just happened to have a chart in case it came up, but obviously the Chinese owning of farmland in our country is a massive national security issue. And for the media, you can see the yellow is where all of the farms have been purchased over the last number of years. And the red is around all of the military bases where that farmland has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members, great members of Congress there, but it is time. And I think that this morning was symbolic of many things. The first of this administration working every day to effectuate President Trump's leadership and unequivocal support of America first. But second, just how close we are as a cabinet. I don't know in any other administration that you'd have 4 cabinet members at the USDA on a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside with the sun beating down on us talking about, sir, your vision. So I think it was a great day. It was just the start. There's an executive order coming and some other things coming behind that. But protecting America's farms isn't just about protecting our farmers. It's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately, and we're getting along with them very well. They've been very fair on our trade deal, honestly, and I hope we're going to have a great relationship. It's a big, strong, powerful country. We're more powerful than they are. We have much better military equipment than they do, but we are getting along with them very well. I'm getting along with President Xi very well. We speak often. And with all of that being said, and I understand what you're saying, but I think we're getting along with China very well.
Jay, tariffs are pretty much priced in already from the institutional side, and they're already deleveraging a lot as well. So all these short-term swings, obviously if it's something major, a very big tariff, obviously priced in more severe, but all this is kind of just retail and market makers wicking it up and back and forth. But it does dictate the trend. Like if there's some obscene trade war that breaks out between China, US, obviously that'll start a little downtrend, etc., etc. But the institutional has this priced in a lot already. Not all the way. Not all the way. No one can predict the future. But they have this priced in a lot already. Can I see? Don't China and Japan own all the U.S. Treasury bonds? I'm not sure about that, but I believe China does own a large portion. We're not trading during this news. If you guys noticed, the ATR is at 15. We're going to rejoin this news in a second. All good, up 1%. And then we'll synopsis this as well.
More weapons to Ukraine, as you said last night. Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
We want to put defensive weapons because Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered a pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think that's a question.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, on immigration, the Secretary of Agriculture did say this morning that undocumented workers would not be covered by any amnesty from working on farms. You had said maybe that the ISA folks won't go after those folks on farms. So which is it?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning we talked about, of course this was a top of mind question, this morning we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously this president's vision of no amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce, and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the above.
We want to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty. Laura, do you want to say something about that?
Thank you, Mr. President. On this, thank you, Secretary Rollins, how important this is never to displace the American worker. What the Department of Labor is doing is focusing on what the law entails now, being more modernized, more streamlining, to work through the H programs. We're going to have a concierge approach to that, where we have developed a new office to answer the need of our farmers and ranchers and producers, and not to displace the American worker, and follow within the law now, and that does not include an amnesty program at all. And we've seen that working, and we'll continue to have that roll out. On the other topics that we've somewhat talked about, the jobs numbers, Mr. President, 4 months in a row we've seen those jobs numbers increase. That's an exciting time for our manufacturers. That was asked earlier. We know it's going to take some time, but through that deregulation process that Lee and I are working on as well, the Department of Labor has rolled out 63 new deregulations that we're going to be moving through. In the first Trump administration, it was successful with over 30. We've just rolled out 63 new ones in order to double down on those manufacturing companies, to let them know that we have signaled through this process that we will assist them in getting the workforce that they need. It's an exciting time. That one big beautiful bill, that was the signal to my former colleagues in Congress to get this done. It's been an important time. I spent time on the ground visiting 7 states in 9 days prior to that bill being passed because it was the most pro-worker piece of legislation that we will ever see really in this country right now. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. That matters to the American worker because we don't want to take their money and give it back. We want them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets currently, and that's what they're excited about.
Appreciate the follow, Mix.
Tariff talks. I heard a company, orthopedic company in Indiana, say to me, for the first time since you have taken office, Mr. President, their increase in their bottom line by 8% since these tariff talks have happened. Not one company has said the president is not doing a good job. These tariff talks are working.
This meeting is lasting for a long, long time.
Because what's happening on the ground is positive, and that's what we're seeing.
So far, about an hour and a half.
The Department of Labor to come in behind all the secretaries and build this workforce is going to be key to the American worker. So thank you for what everybody did this last week. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a doubling down of this, and we're going to see these workers start to grow. And that apprenticeship program is going to be working.
That's
We'll
right.
have that million apprentices across the
We,
country.
as you know, we're building plants all over the country now, which you weren't building any plants 4 years ago. You weren't building anything. But those plants, when they open up, it's going to be, you'll see numbers like you haven't seen ever. I don't think in history you'll never see numbers like what we're going to see.
What's up, Anderson?
Many of them are building the plants. Some are just starting right now. You know, it's a brand new administration. But and they wouldn't be here except for two things: November 5th, the election. And
if you guys are just tuning in, this is President Trump participating in the cabinet meeting. We're trying to get back to we're almost back at live.
they have to. They're not going to pay 25, 30, 40, 50%.
Should be over soon.
And we'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals.
Very important to keep up with this news.
They have to come in, and after that, they're going to be tariffed. If they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country, they're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here now. They all left. They went to other places because we allowed people that sat in this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen. So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips, and various couple of other things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum, 50%. Lumber just came out.
That's copper.
And we did cars. And now, today we're doing copper.
What would that tariff be on? The second
I believe the tariff on copper, we're going to make it 50%.
50%.
Any breakthroughs
So
on
I'm glad he
copper?
didn't question it.
Any
I sort of thought, what would that be? That was a quick one. I didn't have much time, but he agreed with me. That's why he's Howard.
Any breakthroughs on Gaza with the Prime Minister, and there's reports that you're meeting with Netanyahu again tonight?
Yeah, I am. He's going to come over again tonight. We're talking about Gaza. Or it's mostly Gaza right now.
Really, dimension.
He's done.
We're back to live.
Very unfairly treated. I think what they've done to him in Israel is very unfair, having to do with this trial. I think, he's a wartime prime minister, had an unbelievable outcome, and I think he's been treated very unfairly. But he's coming over later. We're going to be talking about, I would say, almost exclusively Gaza. We got to get that solved. Gaza is a tragic. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he wants to get it solved, and I want to get it solved, and I think the other side wants to get it solved. Steve, could you talk on that, please?
We're in proximity talks now, and we had 4 issues, and now we're down to 1 after 2 days of proximity talks. So we are hopeful that by the end of this week, we will have an agreement that will bring us into a 60-day ceasefire. 10 live hostages will be released. 9 deceased will be released. We're meeting at the President's direction with all the hostage families to let them know. And we think that this will lead to a lasting peace in Gaza.
Appreciate you, dimension.
And you're doing a good job. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. A lot of hate. This is called long-term hate. But we think we're going to have it solved pretty soon, hopefully with a real solution, a solution that's going to be holding up.
And can I follow up? This is, I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has now been a special government employee, not here anymore. He's now saying he's going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that could have?
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me.
Are you second guessing any of the cuts that Doge made since you
No.
described it as off
Look,
the rails the other day?
we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with Doge. We could have done it differently. I would have done it differently a little bit, maybe, but it was something that we saved a lot of money. You can always second guess. I guess some of the people in this room maybe would have done it slightly differently, and some would have done it exactly the way it was done. But it was dramatic, and it was important, and we found a lot of things like billions of dollars given to people for environmental protection, where they had $100 in their account, like in Atlanta, Stacy. And then you had another one with 20 billion here, and 20 billion here, and 2 billion here, and 15 billion. And Lee, you might want to mention just a couple of those things. We really got because of Doge.
At the
Trump EPA, the one big beautiful bill was filled with many big beautiful wins for the taxpayer. It delivered a sledgehammer to the Green New scam. Billions of dollars rescinded. It's a big deal for the American taxpayer who sees money go through pass-throughs that are filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest. They see unqualified recipients. They see reduced agency oversight, and they want accountability with their tax dollars, and they got it. In the example of the Stacey Abrams connected NGO, they received $100 in 2023. They got $2 billion in 2024. They had to complete training on how to develop a budget that was put into their grant agreement. They, out of nowhere, started paying a CEO $800,000, a COO $450,000, 22 people making over 150 grand. Out of nowhere, this is tax dollars. So money go through pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, and we lose oversight over it. And you see that it's going to former Biden officials, it's going to former Obama officials, it's going to Democratic donors. And we're not here saying we want to take money from a left-wing NGO and give it to a right-wing NGO. We want to give it back to the taxpayer. This is about us being good stewards of American tax dollars without any apology or regret. That's why President Trump was elected last November, because there were a whole lot of people who maybe they hadn't voted Republican in a long time. Maybe they didn't even vote for President Trump the first time around in 2016, but they're regretting that vote from 2016 and they were making it right in 2024. So the one big beautiful bill gave us the tools to rescind billions of dollars more. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll get wasted per electric vehicle as an example of this money that was going through it. They gave $50 million to a group called Climate Justice Alliance. They say that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. The Biden EPA gave $50 million to a group that says the climate justice runs through a free Palestine. We say that if you're going to spend $1 in the name of remediating an environmental issue, then spend the $1 on remediating an environmental issue. We say that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. We want to help grow more baseload power in this country. So why is it that it took this long for this team to get assembled, to be able to fix the mess that we inherited? But gosh, we love showing up at our jobs every single day, first thing in the morning, because all they want to get things done for the American taxpayer. And Congress did its part last week by passing one big beautiful bill to deliver this accountability and to cut off the Green New scam. So maybe it's a bad day for Stacey Abrams. Maybe it's a bad day for all those well-connected Democrats getting paid off. But you know what? God bless America. Because at the end of the day, President Trump is here, J.D. Vance is here, and the greatest cabinet ever assembled to deliver that much-needed and highly demanded accountability.
Well said. That was a very good answer. And that's from the heart. That's from the heart.
The Ukrainians have asked the International Court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of chemical weapons? And would you agree that that's a case for the court?
Well, I'd ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously chemical weapons, if it's documented and its use, it's illegal. It's against all international laws of armed conflict and treaties. And obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you. Could I ask Sean to Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, former great congressman, very popular, decided to go out and make a couple of bucks. He made a lot. Then he got bored with that, though. He likes serving people better, the people. And could I ask you to just discuss a very important subject to me, and that's the modernization of our equipment at airports so that planes aren't crashing into each other and bad things don't happen. It should have been done many years ago. We were going to do it, and then the election precluded that, unfortunately. But we're doing it now. Could you tell them where we are?
Yeah, if I could start with Newark. You guys all covered what happened in Newark. We had outages for a couple of 30-second outages a couple months ago. We have, in 2 months, Mr. President, its historic speed laid new fiber lines for communication and tested those in the next month. So those new lines for the Philly TradeCon that controls the Newark airspace, they're up and running, lightning fast speed. June was the most on-time June ever in the history of Newark for air travel. So that's going incredibly well. By the way, we shouldn't have dealt with this because Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg had moved the center from New York to Philadelphia. They didn't test the lines. They didn't do the work, which is what brought us all these problems.
I mean, it's very long.
We got $12.5 billion. This is a historic investment in air traffic control. And so what the money is going to allow us to do is move from copper to fiber all over the country. So new copper lines. We think we can do that in 1.5 to 2 years. We have radar that dates back to the 1950s, some of it from the 60s and 70s. We get brand new radar across the country as well. We have some infrastructure money to build TradeCons and centers, the en route centers that control the traffic across the country. So this is a massive new start to rebuild air traffic control. And again, this is dilapidated. Americans think that their government takes care of them and makes the investments that are necessary to make the country work. And for 30, 40 years, the investments weren't made. And so under your leadership and direction, we are making those investments. And per your direction, right now we are interviewing what we could call a general contractor or an integrator. One company to manage. It's a massive project. The FAA is not qualified to manage this kind of a project. So we are now going through the process of finding who that one company will be to manage the whole project. We'll interview those companies together and make that selection. So we'll write one big beautiful check to one beautiful company that'll be responsible for this whole build. But if I just make one last point, this is not enough money. We're going to need more. But this is a massive new start. The biggest investment. We'll need some more money on top of it, but a great start from the big beautiful.
It's a starter. It's very important to us. And just to cover that, there have been accidents, and my pilots, I would often hear them say, "Oh, good," and they would use a different system, a different country to land in New York. They'd use the radar and other things from a different country. I said, "What's that?" He says, "Oh, our system is so bad." And I knew that. We were all set to start, and Boot at Edge came in, and what they did was so crazy because they hooked copper into fiber, into steel, they had all different systems. They had hundreds and hundreds of contractors, different contractors for different airports. They spent billions of dollars, and they made the system worse because you can't hook copper into fiber. That doesn't work that way. You just can't do it. It's not doable, but they tried to do it. Didn't work out too well. And in the end, it was just a complete disaster. We want to have one great company. Now, Raytheon's going to bid, IBM's going to bid. We have 5 or 6 bidders that really are good and do this stuff. And we want one, because I know about overruns. I look at the railroad out in California, headed up by one of the worst governors in our country, who I used to get along with actually, but he's just, when you lose 25,000 houses and you would have had your cities burned down. If we didn't step in, Los Angeles would have been burned to the ground. But you look at that, and I said, I really know how to build, and you got to have one guy, one contractor, one great one, whether it's IBM or Raytheon is good, but you have 4 or 5 that are really, really great, and they're all bidding against each other. But you don't want to have one doing the wire and one doing the digging and one doing the demolition and then they're all saying they all blame each other because they're saying they were late and therefore you have to pay me millions of dollars more money. I know this system.
To be fair, air traffic control has needed updated for decades, as they've said, and all that air traffic news did not help the situation at all.
Getting it done at the right price, but we're going to have a great system.
All the crashes,
etc. The best system on earth.
Definitely fear-mongered the
2 or 3 best companies. There are only a few companies can do
public.
This is not. But if you would have seen what this other group did, they were going crazy. They had. I heard 3,000 contractors, and then when it all came together, guess what? It didn't work. It's a disaster. So we're going to have in a pretty short period of time, so it'll take us about 2 years to build it. and we'll have a contract given out probably over the next couple of months. We have some great bidders, some great companies that want to do the job. You're going to have great air traffic control.
Can I just make one last point on this? So the last administration signed a contract with an American company to fix the copper to fiber, and that contract was a 15-year contract. The system is failing today, but that's how idiotic and incompetent the last administration was. And under your leadership, we're saying, listen, we don't have time. We don't have 15 years. We don't have 5 years. We have to do it right now. And so the president always talks about on time and on budget. We have embraced that. We are going to be on time and on budget. And by the way, you mentioned a train out in California. Stay tuned for, probably give us 5 days and you'll have an answer on what's going to happen with the $4 billion that we potentially have invested on a train that's going to go nowhere. It's going to be $120 billion that'll never connect San Francisco to LA. Again, the last administration wasted so much money on projects that never work. If you're going to have high-speed rail, you're going to invest billions, we should actually have high-speed rail in America, not boondoggles that fund political friends and allies and family
They have
members.
from San Francisco, inside of San Francisco to inside of Los Angeles. Should have never been built because airplanes do it better. And you could drive it. You could drive it. No problem with driving it. The roads aren't even crowded. So they were going to do this, somebody's idea. Somebody got paid off a lot of money and they started it. It was going to cost a very small amount of money, and it ended up costing literally hundreds of times what the original. And now what they did is they said, well, going into the city is too big a deal, so we'll leave it 25 miles short of the city. So now they're leaving it. They're not going to finish it, really. It's not the same project. So now they're leaving it outside of San Francisco and outside, short of each. They just want to get it done, and it's. I've never seen cost overruns.
How long is this meeting going to be?
You should
Probably
be
the longest one.
20%, you should not do any more jobs.
Should be ending
This is a cost
soon.
overrun of 2,000%, something like that. It's unlimited, and it's not finished. And maybe it will never get finished. And I told Sean, look at it from every standpoint, but we don't want to, we have federal money going into that, and it's like throwing it out the window. So whatever you can do to stop it.
$15 billion and not one track has been laid. $15 billion and we're 16 years into the project, not one track.
Mr. President,
That is insane.
On New York, you're the most prominent Republican in the country from the city. What do you want to...
Anywhere else?
I
don't want to be a wise guy. Perhaps I can. Maybe Marco.
But how do you want Republican voters in the city to vote in the upcoming mayoral election? Should they vote for Eric Adams? Should they vote for Sliwa? Should they pick someone else?
Look, number one, you have a communist running, and you shouldn't vote for him. He's a disaster. He's leading. He's got the Democrat nomination because that shows you where the Democrats have gone. He actually wants to take over the grocery stores of John Catsimatidis, who's a great guy, a rich guy, grocer, does a good job, wants to take over. He actually called me the other day. He's concerned his stores are going to be taken from him, and they won't be run like John runs them. Believe me, he runs a good operation. But he actually said he wants to run his own grocery stores. No, this is a man who's not very capable, in my opinion, other than he's got a good line of bullshit, and he's convinced them to go with him. Now, as you know, Cuomo, who does have capability, is running, but he got knocked out, and now they're running as, you have Eric Adams, the current mayor, you have Cuomo, and you have Curtis Sliwa. And Curtis runs every 4 years. He seems to be a fixture on the running scale. But it's. I'm not getting involved. But I can tell you this. I used to say we will not.
I can't believe it, Ahmad. I can't believe
be
it.
a socialist country, right? Well, I'll say it again. We're not going to have.
This has to be the longest cabinet meeting so
Communist
far.
gets elected to run New York. It can never be the same, but we have tremendous power at the White House.
And the market is waiting for it too.
Places when we
Just
have
shopping around.
We're in D.C. I mean, we're looking at D.C. We don't want crime in D.C. We want the city to run well. Susie Wiles is working very closely with the mayor, and they're doing all right. I mean, in the sense that we would we would run it so good, it would be run so proper, we'd get the best person to run it, the crime would be down to a minimal, would be much less. And, you know, we're thinking about doing it, to be honest with you. We want a capital that's run flawlessly, and it wouldn't be hard for us to do it. And we've had a good relationship with the mayor, and we're testing it to see if it works. But New York City will run properly. We're going to bring New York back. I love New York. You know, I loved New York for a long time. Then we had a bunch of crooked people in there. You have an attorney general who's a total stone cold crook, New York State, Letitia James, a total crook. All they do is want to go after political opponents. They do what's ever expeditious for them. She's the one that took out Cuomo because she wanted to run for governor, and then she ended up getting 1% of the vote. She polled at 1%. She dropped out, went back to attorney general. You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington. But when I see a communist who has actually gotten a Democrat, pretty much gotten the Democrat nomination, they also went to that new form of voting, which is a beauty. You go in there in third place, you come out in first. That's that form of voting that they have gone to. You know what I'm talking about. It's not too good. We're going to do something for New York. I can't tell you what yet, but we're going to make New York great again also. We're going to make it great again with the country. What we've done in this country in the last 6 months, nobody has ever seen it. And I told the story, the King of Saudi Arabia, I was over there. They gave us $5.1 trillion between Saudi Arabia and UAE, Qatar. 3 stops, $5.1 trillion coming into our country.
All right, Trump, wrap it up. Let's go.
And it's all going
an hour, 40, 50 minutes right now.
Real big, good stuff. Energy projects, big things. But they all 3 told me essentially the same thing. We thought your country was dead, and now you've got the hottest country in the world. We're right now riding the hottest country. We all, and you can all be proud of it. We're in the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. There's nobody close. Made hotter by some great pilots and great machines that nobody else has.
Money
Those great,
is
big,
wild,
beautiful
Stunner.
machines. They rode those machines
All
right
perspective.
into the toughest territory. And nobody knew what the hell happened. And then they hit their targets perfectly, and it was complete and total obliteration. And that's why that war ended, Steve. They told me that's why the war ended. The war ended when they saw that, it was over. And we're very proud of it. But we have the hottest country in the world right now, from a country that was close to dead. And if I didn't win, if you would have had the other person win, we all know who she is. Whether it was she or Biden, they're the same. He may have been more competent than her, and that's hard to believe, right? But if you had that ideology in, I don't believe you would have had a country anymore. I think you would have had a country that was broken up. But we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country in the world, and everybody knows it, and everybody said it. Mr. Vice President, do you have anything to say?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I'm very proud of the whole team. I think everybody has worked together. You see Pete and Marco and Steve working on some of the diplomacy, Christy and Pam working on the border. We just have a really, really solid team, and we've done a lot of good work. And in
They
particular,
are
I want to
tackling a lot of
congratulate the White
issues.
House staff led by the president on getting the One Big Beautiful Bill passed.
Yeah.
I was personally skeptical, sir. I never told you this, but I was skeptical we'd be able to get that thing done by July 4th. We did it because we worked together and we worked very well. So it's an honor to be a part of it, but I'm really proud of you guys for doing a great job.
The beautiful thing about it, it had something for everyone.
That's right.
Most people said it had to be broken into 7 bills. It's so big. The problem was that some of those 7 have nothing for anyone, but they had to be done for the country. You know, sometimes you have to do things for the country that aren't necessarily popular. We had a couple of them, and that wouldn't have worked. So the One Big Beautiful Bill, many people said it could never be approved. Too big, too everything. There's too much. But it had something very big and very important for everyone, and it's great for the country. And remember, the Democrats have come up with a false narrative, you know, just whatever. It's just a line that they send to everybody and that they print. I think in the case of this, it's death, death. Everyone's going to die. I heard that. Everyone's going to, just the opposite. Everyone's
So
going to live.
dumb.
What we're doing is saving our country and making it much bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. I'd like to ask, Marco's been doing such a great job. Do you have anything to say?
Well, it's just going through a list here, Mr. President, and I think the Vice President's pointed out to the great team you have, and all these achievements that have happened domestically. But you think about it, under your leadership, we prevented and ended a war between India and Pakistan. NATO's now at 5% for the first time ever, the highest numbers ever. A peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months.
Sure.
It hasn't even been 6 months, so it's a
a
great
lot.
testament to your leadership in this thing.
Well, thank you very much, and you've done a fantastic job. Could I just ask Linda, she's involved in so much, she's so talented and so good, and she's working on a couple of little things like Harvard, who was given $5.5 billion over a short period of time. We caught him on that one, that's crazy, but you're working on so much, you want to bring education back to the States. How are you doing?
Well, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. I think on the big, beautiful bill, what we saw, with school choice, that's finally on a national basis at the state level, but there are opportunities now for scholarships more and more often for kids who are attending schools. It's going to be a big turnaround. I think one of the biggest accomplishments we had over the past week was the University of Pennsylvania with the Title IX ruling that Leah Thomas was stripped of her title, Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon and other women who have stood, so strong against men and women's sports. And when you put out the executive order, that just solidified and gave them the opportunity. So those are a couple of really, really big wins, and thank you for that opportunity.
And how are you doing with Columbia and Harvard?
We're negotiating hard. I think we're getting close to having that happen. It's not wrapped up as fast as I wanted to, but we're getting there.
Okay, good. And you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
It's been a good team.
Yep, you have a great team.
Around this table, a lot of people to help with that.
That's right. Thank you very much. Maybe just in closing, we spent a lot of time, effort, very little money on this room. This is called the Cabinet Room. It's been here for a long time, and it had some pictures that were not many of them and not very good ones. And I actually spent time in the vaults. The vaults are where we have a lot of great pictures and artwork. And I picked it all myself. I'm very proud of it. That's Andrew Jackson, great Andrew Jackson. That's a gentleman named, and we call him President Polk. He was sort of a real estate guy. He was, people don't realize he was a one-termer, but he was a very good president. But, and I'm not sure I should be doing this, he actually gave us the state of California. He was the one. He was the one that hooked it up. So I'm not sure, maybe he won't be there for long. But if you notice, the frame is the exact same size almost as the other one is Andrew Jackson. So that was a part of the reason too, I have to be honest. But Polk was actually a very good president who's got the same frame that I needed, okay? And up here you have the original George Washington right behind the light. And then you have Dwight Eisenhower, who was a very underrated president. He built the interstate system, and he was the toughest president, I guess, until we came along. But I don't mind giving up that crown, because I don't want to be too tough on it, but we want to be humane. But he was the toughest president on immigration. He was very strong at the borders, very, very strong. And sometimes you can be too strong. He was strong on the borders, and during a certain period of time, they were so strong that almost every farmer in California went bankrupt. And we have to remember that. We have to work together. We have to remember that. But he was a very good president and a very good general and a very good president. And I thought he deserved a position somewhere on this floor. And then you have, this is very exciting to me, he was not a Republican, to put it mildly, but he was, he was a four-termer. He was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And if you notice, there were a lot of ramps outside. We have ramp, people say it's an unusual place for a ramp. It was because of him. He was wheelchair bound, but he was an amazing man. It's an amazing portrait, and we used to have him in the room, a different portrait, and it was a terrible portrait. It was almost like it was done by a child. And I used to say, you know, I can't believe that he would have approved of that portrait of himself. And I was in the vaults and looking at things. I said, what's that? And we have some great curators here. We have 6 curators at the White House. They have 2 for paintings, they have them for furniture, they have them for different things. I guess cost is no object.
True, Giannis.
Maybe I'd have
Eisenhower
1,
was
but
from the
that's all
state
right.
of Kansas.
We have 6, and they're very talented, though. And he said, that's a picture
Great
of
state.
FDR. I said, really? Let me see it. They took off the wrappings, very well preserved. And I said, that's the picture they've been looking for years. That was the picture of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I said, oh, wow. And likewise, that fit, see frame-wise, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work if you have, I want to be nice, but it doesn't work if you have a big frame, a little frame, but it's like perfection. I'm a perfectionist. The mirror was down in the vaults also. I said, where is this from? And it's a very old, very storied mirror, beautiful. We put that up. And then over there is Honest Abe Lincoln. And that picture was in his bedroom. And we thought that this would be a very important place because this is where wars are ended. I'm not going to say wars are declared. I'm going to say wars are ended, okay? We'll be positive. And that's the picture of Abe Lincoln from his bedroom, sat in the bedroom for many, many years. That was his favorite picture of himself. And the Lincoln bedroom's very famous. You remember when Bill Clinton had it and he rented it out to people. Okay? We don't do that. But it's an incredible room. And we took that picture from his bedroom. That's Abe Lincoln. And then over here you have John Adams, and it's they were the first occupants of the White House, 1800. And John Quincy Adams, Mrs. Adams, they were the first occupants. So we have them looking at each other, and in between their stare is Abraham Lincoln trying to make peace. And that picture was in a room that I have that was not important, like the cabinet. I gave it up. I said, I have to give it up because that's one of the greatest pictures in the White House. The White House is tremendous art. And the Oval Office, when we're there, we'll go over that. That's really been something. Then we got the drapes, so we got the whole thing. We got new drapes. We got new, wasn't a big expense, very, very small. And we took some of the chinaware and silverware and trophyware, they call it, from the vaults, and we had it cleaned up. Hadn't been shined up in 100 years. Some of this has sat in the vaults for over 100 years. Amazing. Over 100 years. Many of the pictures that were put up in the Oval Office, as an example, those two as an example. So he was president. They moved in 1800, and he won the election, I believe, in November of 1800, John Quincy Adams. And we thought that would be, he was considered to be a good president, and he was the first occupant of the White House, so it sort of made sense. And I love the frame of those pictures. Look at those frames, you know? I'm a frame person. Sometimes I like frames more than I like the pictures. And
yeah,
we
please
have the
ban
flags
him,
of the
Day.
Marines, and Space Force now has its own flag. I'm very proud of Space Force.
If he's not
The Army,
already.
Navy, Air Force, Marines.
That was too
Space
strange.
Force, the whole thing. And Coast Guard is right there. You never forget the Coast Guard. They do a great job. So we have the flags throughout the office. And it's really become quite a beautiful place. I don't want to tell this, Marco pointed it out. I was going to leave the clock. So as president, you have the power. If I go into the State Department or Department of Commerce or Treasury, if I see anything that I like, I'm allowed to take it. Do you believe this? So I'm in Marco's, I see this gorgeous clock, grandfather clock, and there it is. I said, Marco. He didn't know about it. I had to read him the rule and regulation. I said, Marco, I love this clock. Look at it. It's beautiful. He said, what clock? I said, the clock that's in the other room is incredible, and nobody gets to see it there. Marco, I tried to talk him into it first, and it sort of worked, and then I had to use a little more. I said, I'd love to take that clock out and put it in the cabinet room. He said, no, are you serious? I said, Marco, I have the right to do it, Marco. And he said, all right, what the hell? So that's his contribution to the cabinet room. But it's, by the way, it's an incredible clock. And you know, it's an important room, so you may see it again. Maybe we'll move it back sometime. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. But it really is great. Here we put out, you know, these lamps have been very important, actually, whether people love them or not. But if you see pictures like Pearl Harbor and Tora Tora Tora, you see movies about the White House and where wars are being discussed. Oftentimes they'll show those lamps or something like those lamps, something that looks like them, probably not the reals, because I don't think they were allowed to. This is a very important room. This is a sacred room. And I don't think they made movies from here. You never know what they do. But they were missing medallions. See the medallions on top? They had a chain going into the ceiling. And I said, you can't do that. You have to have a medallion. They said, what's a medallion? I said, I'll show you. And we got some beautiful medallions. And you see them. They were put up there. It makes the lamps look better. So we did these changes. And, you know, when you think of it, the cost was almost nothing. We also painted the room a nice color, beige color. And it's been really something. The only question is, will I gold leaf the corners? You could maybe tell me, my cabinet could take a vote. You see the top line moldings, and the only question is, do you gold leaf it? Because you can't paint it. If you paint it, it won't look good, because they've never found a paint that looks like gold. You see that in the Oval Office. They've tried for years and years. Somebody could become very wealthy, but they've never found a paint that looks like gold. So painting it is easy, but it won't look right. And the question is whether or not we should gold leaf it. Linda, do you have an opinion?
I gold leaf it.
You like it the way?
No, I gold leaf it.
You'd gold leaf it?
Yeah.
Who would gold leaf it? Could I raise you? How about, would you gold leaf it?
I was going to ask about McKinley, one of your favorite presidents.
Well, McKinley was a great president who never got credit. In fact,
history lesson from a president.
McKinley, and I changed it back because he should have been. The people of Ohio he was the governor of Ohio. The people of Ohio were very happy when I did that. I heard they were very insulted. They took the name of Mount McKinley off. That was done by Obama a little while ago, and I had to change it back. I changed it back. He actually was a great president. He was a president. He was the tariff, the most, I guess, since me. I think I'm going to outdo him, but he was a tariff president. He believed that other countries should pay for the privilege of coming into our country and taking our jobs and taking our treasure. That's the way he explained it. They took our jobs and they took our treasure, and for that they should pay. And he made them pay, and he built a tremendous fortune. In fact, in 1887, they had the Great Tariff Committee was set up in 1887 because our country had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. And they set up a committee of, as they called them, elites, a term that we have to change, because I think a lot of the people that are elites aren't elite. I think the people that aren't elite are elite, so we're gonna have to maybe switch that around somehow. But they had a committee that was set up to spend the money, because it was such a large amount of money. At that time, it was, nobody had seen anything like it. And it all came in from tariffs. And people didn't pay tax. There was no income tax system. I told you that came back in 1913. That came back, and
right before the
well
war.
For a while,
the war.
and then you had the Great Depression, and then later they tried to bring back tariffs, but the whole thing was, this was after the Depression. It was one of the great misconceptions, is people like to say, oh, but it was during the, but no, the country had a Great Depression, and then after the Depression, long after it started, they brought back tariffs to see if they could save it, but it took them really 25 years. When you say about 25 years to get out of the Great Depression.
This is almost equivalent to listening to your grandfather
interesting for you to get a little view
and his
of
war
this room.
stories.
It's a very important room, very powerful room, great room. And we've done similar, but even beyond this, in the Oval Office, we brought back pictures of some of the great presidents. Many of them were in the vaults for over 100 years. Originals all, beautiful, beautiful things. And rather than sitting in a vault downstairs for 128 years, I thought we should display that, and we did that, I think, in a really good way. We've gotten very high marks. But it's interesting. People walk into that room and they look around the room. They don't even want to talk to me. They could look at it for hours. It's funny, when people come into the Oval Office, it's such an incredible, it's a sacred place. When people come into the Oval from the biggest people in the world, presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, in one case at least, queens, and the biggest business people in the world, they walk into that office and they always say, there's no place like this in the whole world in terms of the power. And I mean, it's beautiful and all, but there are other beautiful offices. You have businessmen that have offices that are, you know, full floors of office buildings, with floor-to-ceiling glass, and they walk in there and they say, there's no place like this anywhere in the world. There's no place. And, you know, it's what it represents maybe more than the physicality of the room itself.
History.
So it's an honor to have you all, media. It's an honor to have you. I just want to say we have a fantastic cabinet. Every one of them is a star in my book. And if they're not, I'll let you know about it. I'll throw them to the wolves. I'll throw them to the wolves in 2 seconds, because our country comes first, right? But
pretty much, Day.
Thank you all for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press, everybody. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
All right. Wow. That was an hour and 45-minute meeting. That has to be...
Are we talking about next week or
That has to be the longest cabinet meeting by far. By far, by far, by far. Ay, ay, ay. Remember, there are deals coming. Tariff letters coming. You have to remember that. Have to remember that. You cannot shy away from that. Today, tomorrow, there are tariff letters coming. Instead of working together, one nation to make America a better place, but I respect opinions, though. I don't argue either side. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely on a side, but I understand the flaws of each, and I try and stay a little impartial. But we all have biases to some degree or another. So, the Russia, I wanted to touch on a couple points. Also, the synopsis, that was an hour 45-minute, a lot to go over. And Trump basically stick to the script a little bit. He talked about the Afghanistan withdrawal, the Iran situation, how there was fake news, talked about the governor, the potential mayor in New York coming into it, and how he's a communist. And I really don't want that guy elected either. I haven't did a lot of research, but from what I've heard, it is very, very, very bad. State-run grocery stores, etc., etc. I mean, where are we? North Korea? I mean, ay. He's just selling sunshine and rainbows. I believe what got Governor Trudeau of Canada elected was something, I forget the exact phrase, but he ran on like sunshines in the east or something like that. Sunshine something or rainbow something. And he got elected to Canada because of that same, practically. So he's kind of doing a similar strat there. Russia, Trump is very, very, very mad at Putin. And you can definitely tell by what he said in that meeting. Putin has ramped up the killing to now 7,000 plus people a week. Also, tariffs, the letters are coming, yada, yada, yada. It's kind of the exact same situation as I said earlier. He's doing small countries first and just fear-mongering, getting the other countries to come to the table as fast as possible, get the deal secured. And he's really wanting the top 10, top 20 countries to lock in a really good deal. And the other countries, he's kind of just putting a set price and letting it go. BRICS, he's adding a 10% mandatory tariff on them. So any BRICS country that are trying to undermine the global dominance of the dollar, he's putting an additional 10% tariff, which, I mean, you got to protect the national security of the country. And if we fall from being the superpower of being the dollar of the world, then that is definitely, as Trump stated, that would be like losing another world war. So Will definitely not be good. Besides that, Jeffrey Epstein, I hate to agree with Pam Bondi, but she did state like she would review it on the desk. Now that gets misconstrued with the client list being on her desk, but she's a lawyer, and what she meant by that was the files on her desk. Do I believe there's a client list? Yes, I do. So many people have cited it, etc. So they're probably covering that up a bit. But from Pam Bondi's perspective, she definitely meant the file. She's going to go back to her desk, review the file. She's a lawyer. That's how they talk. I'll review it at my desk. I'll review what's on my desk, etc. So that makes some sense. ES is below the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. Nvidia is up 0.87%. Tesla's up 2.33%. Google's down 1.58%. If you guys have not already, if you're enjoying, that was a very long meeting. Smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. So just remember to stay patient, don't FOMO, don't overtrade, and most importantly, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No missed opportunities, only the next one. The only trade opportunity I would have taken was when I switched here. I was about to take this long, decided against it. I really don't like trading during news like that. Any moment, something could come out. We would adjust it to it to be fair, but really dislike trading during them moments. Amazon's down 1.4%. Microsoft's down 0.4%. Meta is up 0.2%. Apple's down 0.2%. Netflix is down 0.9%. MicroStrategy's flat. Palantir's flat. GME is up 0.4%. Costco's down 0.57%. Alibaba is up 2.3% on the day. Avgo is up 0.15%. AMD is up 2.25%. QCOM's up 1%. Adobe's up 1.15%. Voyager Technologies is up 8.15%. Robinhood is down 1.5%. Bitcoin sitting 0.5% up. ETH is up 2.6%. Sol is up 2%. XRP is up 1.4%. ATR is sitting at 13. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu and Trump are to meet privately at 6 p.m. ET. 37 counterparties take $219 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. U.S. 3-year note bid to cover actually 2.51. Previously it was 2.52. U.S. 3-year note high yield actual 3.89%. Previously it was 3.97%. Treasury WI 3-year yield 3.887% before $58 billion auction. Next news is at 3 p.m. U.S. consumer credit. That's the only news left on the docket besides the countries that will be receiving a tariff letter from Trump today. Remember, he stated, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and for the next short period of time, tariffs will start being paid on August 1st, 2025. There has been no change to this date, and there will be no change. In other words, all money will be due and payable starting August 1st. No extensions will be granted. No extensions will be granted. So expect news today, tomorrow. He may start avoiding market hours to be fair. ES is red right now, 0.08% down. And Q's up 0.05%. NQ is below the 200 SMA. Below the VWAP on that NQ 30-minute chart. ES 1 minute, Williams R120 day is very oversold. trying to get in neutral territory. The RSI is getting above the MA, neutral territory on the ES 1 minute. Williams R 120 day on the NQ 30 minute into neutral territory. RSI dipping below the MA in neutral territory though for the NQ 30 minute. What's up, M? For real, mod. For real. I'm glad that is over as well. A little bounce from the 2-hour SMA. ES still below the VWAP, below the 2-hour SMA, 100 MA. NQ30 making above the 2-hour SMA and VWAP. NQ5 minute tapping the 20 May. About to tap that pivot point as well. 22,909. They are accounts, Robel. I trade multiple accounts a day. The average is around 12 accounts per day. The last week, we've ramped that down a bit. Appreciate the follow, Accordio, Silence, S3, Mix. Appreciate you guys.
Connection lost.
Trying to see which way this wants to go. To be fair, we maybe have to wait for some opportunity here. Market looking a little dead. Yeah, a little bit, Norman. A little bit. Little bit. It's kind of in the middle where I would take it. Might need to wait for some news to drop. Also, if you guys want to become an insider, you want to become part of the insiders, join the YouTube memberships. Link is below, or click my profile, click join, and decide the tier you want. Basic, premium, or expert. Get access to behind the scenes, the software building simulator, mentorship, and other. All that will be coming soon. Analysis of trading. All videos and reels will be posted soon. And if you want access to behind the scenes thoughts, I'll be asking your guys' opinions. I've already asked the members what they thought on emotes, etc., and just their thoughts in general to improve the stream. Become an insider. I decided to finally lock in some profits on my swing trade on silver, plus $15, but it's $260 in my portfolio so far. Let's go. Good job, Dimension. I was in and out, but I don't know if you saw it. It said I'm in long currently until at least 22,800, but if it drops too low, I'll be out. So you're trading the actual Nasdaq, not the futures. I.e. this is not Bitcoin. This is Nasdaq. The future indices of the Nasdaq. Not gonna lie, that meeting sucked out a lot of energy, but I'm kind of coming back. Okay, we're rising above the 2-hour SMA, rising above the 20 MA. Can we get above that pivot point? Let's see.
Order filled.
Standing too long. Up 20, up 30. I'm putting a stop on this. A little too weak of a market for me to play around. Stop just below 20 MA. Up 150, scalping 160. Good enough for me. ES starting probably above the VWAP. I don't want to be here when it starts hesitating. I'll look to rejoin along if it props back down. Test that pivot point. ES fully supports above the VWAP. Then I'll look to rejoin this. For now, just going to scalp 160. Very slow market. I do not want to hold a trade during the slow market. Even though the NQ30 MA propping above the 2-hour SMA, propping above the VWAP, now tapping the 100 MA. ES wicked above the 2-hour SMA, wicked above the VWAP, getting above everything, including the 100 MA. NQ 5 minutes propping above the 20 MA. All signs point up, but I do not want to hold this just yet. And obviously, should have held it, all hindsight. But I don't care. Slow market, I lock in profit. Rotating accounts. We're climbing up. Pivot point to the upside at 22,938. Nvidia is now up 1%. NQ 30 minute looks beautiful. Check news. Make sure I'm not against anything. The Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu Trump meeting has been brought forward to 4:30 p.m. EST. Check for a Trump tweet. Appreciate I. What's up, Charles? As I mentioned, I wasn't alone briefly. Only rode it for like 3-4 points. Just scalped 160. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I have to chart a bit. Appreciate the follow, S8. Appreciate you. What's up, Daniel? Appreciate Dimension. Pre-market high at 22,972 is that green line. High markets right here at 22,900 and 70, 65. I kind of want to long this, but I want it to drop down to the ES VWAP if possible. I want the NQ to drop down around 10-15 points, but so far it's just going up and very strong. Up and very strong. We'll see how it reacts to the pivot point up top if it pops up. I'll be looking for a short around the high, the flush of the high, around 22,972. Appreciate it, Jay. See you tomorrow. Appreciate you tuning in, stopping by. $17 subscribers away from 5,100. Exponential growth. Today hasn't even been that action-packed. Just wait for a real action-packed day. It's going to be absolutely obscene. Tapping that pivot point, rejecting a little bit. Yeah, the fire emoji day, yeah. Yeah, I've always been on the real Nas, but some comparison basically on chart. They look, yeah, they mirror each other pretty well, to be fair. Watch, I'm trading the Nasdaq 2-minute. Then I have the 5-minute, 30-minute, and ES 1-minute. Dimension that or lower highs and lower lows. It's really just for visualization for the stream. The blue boxes are just for visualization. I've been trading the micros and it seems a little bit easier to leverage in and out. Why don't you trade the micros? Not enough profit, not enough reward, BPET. That's BPET, since you're a member, you have access to a couple of posts ago. Go to the trade analysis that I broke down and I talk about the strategy I used and how I used the micro strategy and ended up switching. I break it down in pretty good detail there. I'll eventually release a video. But just go to the post tab after stream or now, whenever you want. You have full access to the post tab as a member. Just go down to the analysis. A really good game in that. Why I posted it for members only. So if you want behind the scenes access like that, and trade analysis behind the scenes, you need to become an insider, become a YouTube member, and get access to the insider community. No problem, BPET. It's just pretty well outlined. I could say it, but it's kind of for members only right now. Not that big a deal, but it's pretty well explained and written out. No, I'm not yet on. Hey, new to the stream, what's your strategy? Do you only trade in funded accounts? If so, how much percent of it do you earn? Thanks. Appreciate the follow, John. These take profit trader accounts, you make I believe 90%. I get a little mixed up here and there because some prop firms are 80%. But I believe take profit is 90, 10, at least for the first couple thousand. Okay. For their funded account, just pro, it's 90-20 split. Once you become funded. For when you get upgraded to Pro Plus, which is a live account, it then becomes 90-10. That's why I get a little confused. It was a good time. I spent it pretty much putting up a pool. That whole week. I did go to fireworks with the family though. They will. I scalp 5 min, but mostly trade 1 hour. I do trend lines and breakouts, but I compare with you, and your knowledge helps out too, and how you set up your chart. I'm no pro, just learning and building. But glad you guys can gain some value. Learn what to do, what not to do. Appreciate you guys. What's up, Day? Yeah, funny. Good luck. I have multiple sources who have told me they will not pay out, so these are getting phased out regardless. Unless they change the rule. They might change it. But I've had everyone and their mom say they won't pay out. DZ, I've been trading for half a decade, my friend, since 2020, 2021 during the AMC GME days. I put my entire savings account, which was very dumb, entire savings account into AMC options. 100%ed that, took out the initial trade, the profit for around a year and lost it all. Then went into crypto, and now we're trading prop firm accounts on Nasdaq. Just watch YouTubers. Just watch YouTubers and trial by error. Trial by fire, as they say. Trial and error, a lot of failure. A lot of highs and lows, a lot of consistency, and just pushing through. Learning the patterns of trading, learning what to do, what not to do. Yeah, but funny, they have a 30% rule as well. So if you make 270, you can't have a loss in that intraday trade more than 90. I believe, if I'm stating that rule correctly. So if you're down 90, you need to make at least 270. Actually 300. That would be 33. So you need to make like 300. If I'm reading the rule correct. Man, saying there's some sus people in chat. Some sus people. Full sus. There's always something that I don't understand when people say risk 1 to 2% of your account. What does that mean as a stop loss for the total amount in the trade? I.e. $1,000 stop loss or $1,000 into euro. When people say risk 1 to 2% of your account, that means per trade. So for instance, I don't follow that type of rule, but for instance, I'll just let it go. The better trade is the short dose. For instance, if you have $10,000, you should only be risking around $200. That's what they're stating there. But I don't follow risk reward. A lot of gurus who swear by risk reward, swear by fair value gaps, swear by all these things. They don't actually live trade. They just post their videos, post their shorts, and that is by design and for a reason. They just post the video, post their $499 course with only a couple hours of content and say, here you go. Here's what they answered. Yes, you can indeed add contracts to an ongoing position as long as you are doing so in the same direction, buy or sell. Okay, so maybe every person who's contacted me, maybe they're talking about the 30% rule then. Because literally, I've had dozens of people contact me and say they will not pay out. I've already tested it, blah, blah, blah. They will not pay out, quote unquote. And then I've kind of over Apex, to be honest. I know I'm killing a cash cow by saying that. I should be promoting their code, but if I don't like a product, I'm not going to show it. And there are a lot of people are complaining about the rules. A lot of people are complaining about the payouts. Could be a sellout, but I decided not to be. Alfonso, I have not fully studied ICT. I've learned from people who have learned from him, and SMC, I don't know too much about either. Dave said I trade on liquid brokers and they pay out quick. Not from Apex, OPM. No payout from Apex. But from Take Profit, yes. Trying to break over this pivot point. ES create a lower high and Q create a higher high. OPM, explain the brackets like I'm a 5th grader. I think I know what you mean, but I want to confirm. Appreciate the follow, Muhammad, John. Appreciate you guys. Go chat. You need the brackets. You set up an ATM strategy on NinjaTrader. When you enter it, put the stop loss and take profit. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. Yeah, so you're talking about the 30% rule, like I've been saying. I mean, I can adopt any strategy I want. I can start trading with stops. I can do a 5 contracts here, 20 contracts here, put a stop, put a take profit, but that's not really the way I like trading. Healy, you buy the prop firm account with real money. Each 150K take profit account costs it $252. Now, thankfully, that was on promo, and I do not have to pay for an activation fee. And if you're lucky, you'll get the same promo. And no, I do not have a code, but you connect them prop firm accounts that you pay for to the simulator on NinjaTrader. So it's real money. You're just trading a different, it's gamified. You need to pass the eval, get a funded account, etc. Just a gamified version of the market. The best way to describe it. U.S. Commerce Secretary Ludnick, if countries are good to us, they may get another rate. The EU are indicating they will open markets. Trump has EU offer on his desk and is deciding how to play. Tesla is up 3%. I gotcha. I'm just one-lotting the micros in Tasty. It's already super cheap buying power. Rest, granted, a 200-day profit is a banger for me. Everyone has their own strategy, guys. Everyone has their own strategy. Some scalp like me, some day trade, some swing. To be fair, I do a lot. Behind the scenes, I swing trade a little bit, but it's mainly just day trading. Majority of the time, and the swing trading is only when I see a very, very, very big opportunity. And I have not seen it, one of those in a couple weeks, to be fair. I also trade options a little bit, but haven't touched them in years, literally years. So it would take me getting refreshed a little bit. Haven't traded crypto derivative futures with leverage in like a year, 9 months. And we'll get back into that a little bit. What's the opportunity in corn? Is that the farmland buying up from China? D is around 400. We're rejecting that pivot point coming down to the 21 EMA. Peely, what is ZC? What is that? I've never traded corn. No idea what you're talking about. What is that? And explain what the opportunity is. I'm assuming it's just low. Oversupply. Wasadi report is Thursday. Should be a make or break moment. Okay, so you think it's going down. Oversupply means prices need to come down. Supply and demand. Supply is low and demand's high, prices go up. If supply is high and demand's low, prices go down. So try and get rid of that supply. Okay, ZC is corn futures. Okay. Peely, how much do you have in a personal account to get one micro contract? Benefit all the brokers, Webull. I wouldn't recommend Robinhood, but you can do what you want. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say is financial advice. Entertainment, educational purpose only. But Webull, Fidelity, all of them have commodified all stocks, no matter the price. You can buy a little portion, a 1/10, 1/8. So you can start with as much or as little as you want. Sub 2K, okay. Yeah. Oh, market is so slow. ATR is dropping lower and lower. ATR is now at 10. I did not expect to stay on stream this long, but that meeting overtook us. I was honestly planning on ending around 11:30, 12, but now it's 2:20. Let me check news. I'll send one contract short with the stop.
Order submitted.
Stop right above the pivot point. I think we're going to be stopped out. I think it's a fake down, but we'll be in with one. I actually put it to the high wick. Give like a 7-point stop. It's only one contract, no big deal. Up 30, up 40, up 50, up 60, up 70. Scalping 85. Scalping on the wick down. Good enough. It's only one contract. Not looking for much in a 10 ATR market. Falling down. ES likely to go to the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA. Just gonna scalp it. Good stuff, B-Pet. B-Pet's out for the day, profiting 465. Going jet skiing. Good luck, B-Pet. Go enjoy your time. Go enjoy your time, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being part of the insiders. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow, my friend. Good stuff. Good stuff. You showed great improvement. Very good improvement. You are very patient. Very patient. It's very hard to sit through this market, and you are here basically constantly. You could be sporadically coming in and out but from what I see, you are in here pretty much all day, every day. Just trying to learn, trying to be better, staying patient, not FOMOing, not over trading, staying consistent, and understanding that there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. And that it's a key ingredient not to tilt, not to greed, not to fear monger, not to be uncertain, and just stay calm, stay patient, and wait for the next opportunity. I appreciate you. Let's go, B-Pet. You passed that eval? Day. I tried Forex for a week, then I like it. I like the fast movement on NQ futures. But I've heard good things about gold as well, to be fair. Yeah, the volatility index, the VIX, is down 6.12%. Appreciate the follow, Freddie. Ka, appreciate you. What's up, Miguel? Are you just starting trading, Miguel? Yeah, you missed a little bit. You missed a little bit for sure. Trump held an hour and 45-minute press cabinet meeting. We're 100% win rate right now today. One account was close to blowing, to be fair, but work was busy today. Will do, B-Pet. Will do. Appreciate it, B-Pet. I'll make sure to hold a spot for you guys. Hey, let's go, Miguel. Yeah, Tesla's up 3% today. Good stuff. Trump announced, I'm sure you know about the tariff letters. He said there's more countries he's announcing today and tomorrow. He talked about how he's frustrated with Putin, how the killings have ramped up per week between Russia, Ukrainian soldiers, and some Ukrainian civilians, Russian civilians, etc. The total killings are now at 7,000 plus a week. 7,000 a week. So Trump's very mad at Putin. They talked about trade, the Epstein file list. He redecorated the whole cabinet room, the war room. I will, Miguel. I will. All you early guys, all you OGs, first members, YouTube members, you all have a spot reserved. I'll make sure of it. Even if I get fully filled out, I will make time. But I gotta complete it first, guys. Jeez. I'm making pretty good headway on the simulator. Pretty good headway. But again, like I've stated multiple times, it's like putting together a million piece puzzle. Just takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I don't want it to be mediocre as well, so it needs a lot of time, meticulous detail. Peace out, B-Pet. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow, man. Thanks, man. I'll make sure that I keep supporting you. Appreciate it, Miguel. We're breaking below that range. ES is breaking below the VWAP.
Order filled.
Sending 2 short. Could be a fake out, but the NQ 5-minute is getting below the 20 EMA, breaking out of that range, down 100, down 90. If it breaks back into that range, it was manipulation that's going to send up. Meta is green, Apple's green, down 100, down 150. Let's put a stop on this. Let's be out if it gets above the 20 EMA. Up 30, up 100. I'll probably take one out at the pivot point. And then probably trail one. Up 100, 140, 160. Looking for a wick down. Up 130. A little more wick, a little more wick. A little more wick. Oh, some bullish momentum. Some bullish momentum. Could be a fake out. I have around a 11-point stop on this. I'm pretty sure that's news. Pretty, starting to get a little volatile. Up 80. ES is below the VWAP. May get a bounce here. Up 120. I'm holding conviction. Worst case, we're stopped out for 11-point loss. I don't mind. Trying to bounce. I want to wick down. Up 130, up 150. A little more, a little more, a little more. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Taking one out. Just gonna cut it. It's only a little too strong. We made 148 in that. That little battle, that little exchange. I think it's going to pop off this pivot point. Probably go to the 20 EMA. It could flush down to the NQ 30-minute VWAP, 200 SMA. I think it's going lower, but I think we're going to have a little short-term pop. Just a little wee one. Little wee short-term pop. I came around between the 10th and 15th. Giannis, if you're talking about securing your spot in the mentorship or simulator, you absolutely have it. Now, nope, you obviously have to pay for it, but these spots will be reserved for all the OGs. I remember all you guys. And all you guys have to do, if I don't, just type your name in chat, say I want it. And once it's out, it's flushing down to the 200 SMA. And if you're an OG, you'll definitely get a spot reserved. Giannis, Adrius, Miguel, B-Pet. I'm missing a lot of other names. Robert. There's plenty more. There's like 30 other people, 20 other people. Appreciate the follow, Aaron. Appreciate you. Stunner. 100% stunner, 100%. The simulator will be trying to create realistic scenarios in the market. Also, a lot more added to that than just that. The simulator is just one section of that website. And I think you guys are going to be pretty pleasantly surprised. I just got to put everything together. And just fine tune everything, test everything out. But it's coming along pretty well. The mentorship is going to be 100% trading. And there's opportunity in the future to bring third-party people in for a Zoom call here or there. And one-on-one meetings, group meetings. There's possibility for a seminar, but I got to be a little more prepared for that. I think you guys will be very pleasantly surprised with this simulator. But again, I'm not going to really... That's why I've edged back talking about it for so long, because it's taking a lot longer than I anticipated. And I really don't mind it that much. And once these softwares are done, once the mentorships release, once the simulators release, I'm going to be amping up YouTube content like 10, 100-fold. Videos, shorts, just clips. Everything's going to be ramped up. And we are literally going to take over YouTube. One way or another. We're already semi-doing it. This is a very niche. Day trading is very niche. Most people, the general population, see a chart like this. They have no idea what is happening. They have no idea what they're witnessing. Most of my family doesn't even know what they're watching, etc., etc. So it's very niche. And we literally hit 5K subscribers in the matter of 41 streams. We're constantly concurrent viewership, around 50 viewers currently. And that's just going to grow. It's only been 2 months. 2 months. Obscene. Obscene, obscene, obscene. Thank you, 30-minute bounce on the 200 SMA, bounce on the VWAP. Getting above that pivot point, 22,909. Bounce above that pivot point, possibly going to the 21 EMA. This is a higher low. We're waking up. Yes, about to tap the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA, NQ about to tap the 21 EMA. Looking for a wake up to that 20 May. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Go, 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 go. Could continue to go as well. Pretty bullish wicks. The market is really, 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 really slow, guys. We're waking up a little bit. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'm done for the day. Was only really planning on being here until 11:30, 12. The Trump meeting pushed us over. We got a couple more trades in. 100% win rate today, which is surprising. One account was very close to blowing. We had like 2,500, 3,000 drawdown and managed to get that back up. Went against trade. That was a trade we didn't put a stop on. That was one of the first trades of the day. Are you looking for a trade? The 2-minute time frame. I'm looking at the NQ 30-minute, 2-minute, and 5-minute. I was going to take a short right here. I was going to begin a short right here off the 21 EMA, but the ES is getting above the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA with pretty strong conviction. Nvidia's coming up, Tesla's coming up, and it looks like it wants to bounce. Plus, the market's very slow. ATR is at 10. Currently, Nvidia is up 1%. 1%. Tesla's up 3.17%. NQ is sitting up 0.15%. ES trying to flip green. The VIX, the volatility index, is sitting at 16.7, down 6.18% on the day. The Dow is down 0.28%. Google is down 1.7%. Amazon's down 1.4%. Microsoft's down 0.33%. Meta is up 0.13% currently. Apple is flat but green. Netflix is down 1.3%. MicroStrategy's up 0.7%. Palantir's up 0.3%. GameStop's up 1%. Costco is down 0.38%. Alibaba is up 2.15%. Ago is down 0.5% on the day. AMD is up 2.72%. QCOM's up 1.35%. Adobe is up 1.3%. Voyager Technologies, the new IPO on the Nasdaq a couple weeks ago, up 7.1%. And Robinhood is down 1.5% on the day. Bitcoin is up 0.75%. ETH is up 3%. Sol is up 2.2%. XRP is up 2%. Doge is up 1.8%. Very good. Trump trade advisor Navarro, letters and deals cover almost 90% of our trade deficit. Chile foreign minister, we have not received information from counterparties indicating the implementation of the effective tariff on copper. Remember, guys, if you're still trading today, be on the lookout for these letters. 3 hours ago, Trump tweeted, as per letters sent to various countries yesterday, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and for the next short period of time, tariffs will start being paid on August 1st, 2025. There have been no change to this date, and there will be no change. In other words, all the money will be due and payable starting August 1st, 2025. No extensions will be granted. So just be on the lookout. Yesterday, he posted around 12 countries during market hours, so be careful. Be careful, be careful. There's still an hour and 20 minutes left in market. ATR is very low, tapping the... So our trade plan would have worked flawlessly. We would be securing 10 points right now, but decided not to execute it and call it a day. Low volatility. It's good to know that your intuition is correct. Let's go over this real quick. YouTube short stream, are you profitable, negative, or learning? 36%, 37%, 36% are profitable. 18% are negative, 46% are learning. The regular YouTube stream, yes, I'm streaming YouTube and YouTube Shorts. 14 votes, 43% are profitable, 29% are negative, 29% are learning. That is very, very, very surprising. A lot more people negative today than I would expect it. Today was pretty good trading. Pretty good trading. I'm very surprised by this. A lot more people negative than I thought there would be. I want to say a special thank you to all the YouTube members, the insiders, the core group community we got going here, around 40, 50 people right here. You guys are the main core community, the real ones sticking through and being patient, waiting for the correct opportunities, not FOMOing, not over trading. There are no missed opportunities, and you are waiting for the next one. I appreciate all of you, and I just want to say a special thank you for hitting 5,000 subscribers in the matter of 2 months. 41 streams, 5K subscribers, and I do have special things planned. I will not announce them yet, but on certain sub goals, like maybe 10K, definitely 50, and definitely 100, there's some special things planned. We'll just see how quickly we can get there and ramp things up, get this software out to you guys. And I just want to say thank you guys, love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. Stay safe. These tariff letters are no joke to other countries. PAL interview. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Before I leave, US, let's go over this. Tomorrow, July 9th at 12 p.m. changeover. 12 p.m. well, 12 a.m. technically. US reciprocal tariff deadline. So that may be extended, that may not be. We'll see. News for tomorrow, 7 a.m. EST, US MBA mortgage applications, MBA 30-year mortgage rate. 10 a.m. EST, US wholesale inventories, month-over-month revenue. US wholesale sales, month-over-month. 10:30 a.m. red flash news, EIA crude oil inventories. And then at 1 p.m. US 10-year note, that's nothing to take lightly. And then 2 p.m. FOMC meeting minutes. Very key. I'm expecting a pretty slow market, but we'll see. A lot of these tariff letters, again, today, tomorrow, and in the coming days, or whatever you said, in the next short period of time. So we'll see. One of them letters, instant down 100 points, instant up 100 points. All depends. All depends. Appreciate it, Day. Appreciate it, Norman. When's the PAL interview, Stunner? And I appreciate you. What's up, Khan? I've been good, Khan. You're catching me when I'm leaving, man. Very good day. 100% win rate today. One account was risked and very close to blowing, but got that up. I meant, when will you interview him? Yeah, right, Stunner. Yeah, right. Maybe in 2030 or... No, you're fine, Khan. Fine, you're fine. Appreciate it, Norman. Appreciate it, Giannis. It's surprising no one wants to admit that they may lose money, lol. That's why a lot of social media traders don't live trade. I got some profits started to lose. How much you up or down, Con? Appreciate you, Peely. Appreciate you, Tom. Appreciate you, Dan. Appreciate you, Legend, Norman, Stunner. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm done trading as well. Wrapping up. ATR is at 11. It's bouncing around the 200 SMA. Be careful, guys. This may consolidate for a bit. It may wick down. Just be careful. This NQ 30-minute chart, really, really bearish. Higher high. Well, technically, it's a lower high, but higher high in this arrangement. Higher high, higher low, lower high, lower low, higher high, lower low, and then lower high. So be careful. ES is below the VWAP, etc. I will see you guys tomorrow. Con's up $187. Appreciate you, big day. Appreciate you, Con. See you guys tomorrow. Peace out.